So we're doing the super tier list. German did this on his stream. It took him 3 days. If we do it quicker than 3 days, we get the world record. And I'm going for a world record, which just means it has to be faster than 3 days. Like 3 6-hour days. I don't think it'll take that long. I've got, according to this, I think at the bottom it says 144 games on my list. As he pointed out to me last night, if we do it quick, I'm not actually trying to like speedrun, but even if we did it like quick-ish, if I spent 1 minute talking about each game, that's still a lot of time. So it's going to take a moment. So round 1, we're just giving every game 1 to 4 stars. Again, 1 star doesn't mean it's bad. 1 star is already, it was on the list. It's a good game. They're all on the list for the reason. And then they do head-to-head eliminations. And at the end, we get a super My Whole Life tier list of every game. During the first phase here where we're rating them, I thought about this a few different ways of maybe like rating them beforehand. I don't know. But during the first phase, we're going to explain why they're on the list in the first place. So if you care about that, it's going to be here. But then later when they're going head to head, if I choose some stupid game over some other game that's like very popular, it's because it meant more to me at the time type beat. I don't have, first of all, I don't have very many. Germa had a bunch of like old ass Sega CD NES games that no one has ever heard of. I don't have a lot that are like the influential ones to me. For all of the Nintendo system, there's a few other that I played, but even in thinking, I was like, I'm not gonna include, I like don't think about them ever, you know? But yeah, I don't have a lot of old games. I think in my youth, I did as the youth do, and I spent like 24/7 outside of the home and didn't play a lot of games. Really, like the first time I started playing a lot of video games was around Diablo 2 time, which is why it is at the top-ish. You didn't have an iPad? Dude, that's actually crazy to think if someone does this like 10 years from now. Oh, remember when Germa, back when we were younger, did that whole tier list? Let's do ours. And it's like fucking Candy Crush. Yeah, my mom, I remember so clearly, my mom gave me the iPad for the first time. Clash Royale, oh my god, dude, that's gonna be top 5. Angry Birds, oh my, I remember late nights where my mommy was a janitor and she had to take me to the office, and I would just sit there all night crying, playing Angry Birds, and she'd yell and yell. We're starting with a big one. The OG, Duck Hunter. The reason, for example, why this is influential list, Duck Hunt is on the list because I've mentioned this before. My grandfather was a TV repairman, and people didn't know what Nintendos were. They thought they were TVs, I guess. So they would bring him a ton of Nintendos, and in his like repair shop, which was in his basement, we had probably, I don't know, 6, 7 like Nintendos just sitting around. I know for a fact that Duck Hunt guns around his house, we had, there was at least like 10 guns. So if we were ever playing like as kids, like, oh, I'm like fake pew pew pew, I'm the burglar, shoot you, killed you, you're dead, I fucking kill people as a child. Games, you know, like training me for my adulthood. We just had a bunch of these laying around because people would bring the Nintendos over. He wouldn't know how to fix them, and then they'd go, ah, well, that's too bad, and they'd just leave them there. We had at least, of that, I don't know how this works. I don't know, I was really young. We had like 3 working Nintendos. So some of them, therefore, must have worked. So, I don't know. But all we had was Duck Hunt and Super Mario. Was it even Super Mario at that time, or was it just Mario? But yeah, Duck Hunt, influential. Not a good game. This game is not a good game, but influential is what we're going for. This one, not to a degree still, good games are more influential. So the way, again, it's gonna work is if I give it 1 star, it's gonna go 1v1 against other 1-star games, and then you eliminate them. So if I give this a 2 star, it kind of like skips a stage. I think it's worth a 2 star. And a similar one, oh no, we didn't have, the reason Mario isn't on the list is because Mario sucks. And we had Mario, we had Duck Hunt, we had Metroid. I was far too young to be able to beat more than like the first 5 zones in this game. And then yet as a kid, it was compelling enough to be like, well, what the hell, like, what is going on in the Metroid? It's just very weird. So it's like memorable. I had no idea what I was doing. I've never seen this boss. I have no idea what this is. I've never personally seen the end of the game. You only see it because it shows up at every SGDQ. Bro, what about Super Mario Bros? Why is my list not your list? Dude, fuck Super Mario Brothers. Again, there are games that, like, I like Super Mario Brothers, but I think where you had, like, 250 games on Jerma's list, that I preemptively... I'm just gonna turn off the music. We already have, like, game music. I already, like, took a lot of the things off that I know that I just, like, mentally don't care about. Metroid for me is just memorable. 1-star Metroid. Again, I don't know that as a child I ever saw one singular boss. But, like, when visiting my grandfather, we would, like, occasionally boot this up because it's what was there. And, like, I assume over, like, a year or two, every time it'd be like, let's play a little bit of Metroid. Oh, this time I found you can roll into a ball? Holy shit. All right. There's no saves. We couldn't, like boot up where we left off or anything. So you just play, like, the same, like, beginning of the game over and over again. We actually... It's funny seeing, like, because they have the categories Super Nintendo. We only have 2 games on the entire Super Nintendo, and I played them in, like, the last month. We streamed both of these recently. Because when I have an emulator, I go back thinking to, like, like, what are the memorable games that I played, like, so we can try them again. And it would be, like, only these 2 games. I struggle to remember what else I played on Super Nintendo. Oh no, this song. This song that is the whole game and that they just speed up and slow down. So we have in recent memory, Evo Search for Eden. We did a whole stream recently. We beat the whole game, right? I think I cheated at the end a lot. Yeah, no, yeah, we beat it, yeah. This game's super weird, but it's really cool for its, like, generation. There's a lot of weird stuff in it. And the story was way weirder than I remember. But it has remained, like, very memorable. I don't know if it gets more than 1 star. I don't know. I think it does. Just because, like, for some reason, there are some things that become core memories and that are locked into your brain. And for some reason, of all the SNES games that I played, Search for Eden is, like, one of the only ones that I remember. I'm even trying to remember, like, I didn't have Super Mario 3 or any of that. I don't know. My whole life, I dodged, like, the classic Nintendo games. I never had a Zelda. I never had, like, any Mario besides the original. I don't know how, because I had this system. I had an NES at my home. I had just a bunch of, like, weird games. Oh, and I'm just, like, thinking now, wait, there's one game that's not on this list. Anybody know Commander Keen? I think it's called. For, like, fucking Windows DOS. Wait, that's not Windows. I just randomly remembered that of, like, old games. Not even that memorable, but that might have been, like, one of the first, if not the first PC game I played. We played this again recently. This game is horrid and evil and cool? I don't know. Unfair and cool, and would make me want to play it over and over and over again. But we did a whole stream on it recently where I probably talked much more in depth. Yet somehow to me is less memorable than Evo, so we're gonna 1-star you. The Sega Master System Sega Genesis. I don't even understand. Talking about old games, I don't understand what the Master System is. I don't know what a Sega CD is. All I knew is this, I'm pretty sure, like, the Genesis looking one on the left up the top. I don't even know old consoles. What we were talking about recently was asking about, like, the Sega CD. I assumed a Sega CD was something that came out in, like, 1900s. Like, Like when we had our like 5th president kind of. I don't know. We played this. Wait, we tried playing this recently. This game is fucking awful. Like the other ones are memorable and cool. This one is memorable and I hate it. We could barely beat like stage 1. We watched the speedrun of it. It led to this like whole stream where we watched like speedruns of old games. This game sucks. Apparently there's like a charged boomerang attack you can do in this that just one-shots every enemy in the whole game, including the final boss. And if you don't know that, the game is quite hard. But it's like cool guy jumping through comic panels, and I thought that he was cool. He's like the personified 90s cool guy. And as a young lad, I was like, that's that guy right there. That's what it means to be a cool guy. He's got a pet rat. This is no, we played it recently. So I know you can shoot and you can just fucking explode it. We don't even want that to go to round 1. This game, I remember it, and I remembered kind of hating it, and now I've remembered it and I hate it more. Echo the Dolphin. Can we get the beginning sequence? We also talked about this in that speedrun stream, where the opening sequence to this game, this is like marketed as a regular ass like fun, oh, like I'm jumping around with my friends dolphin game, and then out of nowhere it horrifies you. Is it gonna happen here? Like, see, because like it's not happening when he's jumping out of the water. He's just chilling. You're trying to like, there's no tutorial, like what the fuck am I doing? And then the whole game is I don't know. I remember this just giving me like actual nightmares in the beginning. And I think I remember it might have been my mom playing the game, also trying to beat it, because it's, oh cool, cute, like dolphin. And it's just like, it's not fun. It's not what you expect it to be at all, and it's not fun. But it lures you in with the funny dolphin premise. And you're like, oh, you know, this is cute. And it looks like visually like this is like good graphic. Dude, this person has no idea what the fuck they're doing. Can we like initiate the horrors already? How high can you fly into the sky? Yeah, eventually you talk to one of these dolphins like, oh, how high can I fly? All right, cool. That's like a cool, like fun quest. How high can I fly into the sky? And then all of the fish die. I'm pretty sure I remember doing that and like turning the game off and like walking away and being like, what the fuck? Also, if you don't know about this game, there is time travel and the final boss is a giant alien. But you spend the entire game swimming around talking to whales and shit. Nothing about this game makes sense, and they made another one, and the other one is also stupid. 1 star. Somehow this game that I have like nothing positive to say and traumatized me as a trauma is influential, right? Spoilers, do not play that game. Play this game. I've been trying to get Germa to play this game. This game, for like old games, I think it holds up. Rocket Knight Adventures is genuinely one of the best games on old consoles. This game is so good. This is not like I remember Evo Evolution of Eden being a good game. I've played this game like 3 or 4 times in like modern times. Every time I enjoy this game. This is just a sick ass game. Did I ever stream this? I streamed this like maybe. I streamed this while I was in the process of moving to Austin, which I don't know how long I'd been here. This might have been like a 6-8 years ago. I would be down to do it again, but the only reason I didn't is because I want Germa to play it. Of all the things that all the games I have played for this man, I can't get him to play one fucking game. I will play it, adding it to the list. He's said that to me like 3 times. Add this to your list and add Jade Cocoon to your list. We'll talk about that later. Dude, this is like a 3-star. Because this game is legitimately awesome. Look at it, all the music, the soundtrack in this game is awesome. Banger of a game. Handhelds, Pokemon Red and Blue. The classic, the OG. I guess this is the only like, I don't know what I would consider a classic like Nintendo title. that I did actually play. Growing up, the Nintendo handhelds were super popular for a minute, but I could not tell you a second other game that was on this thing. All there was Pokemon. I remember playing Tetris on it once, but then it was just Pokemon. And all the kids in my neighborhood would like meet up and do like, we did like, hey, everybody, we're doing like Pokemon battles tomorrow. Everybody, we had like a rule set, and we're like, how organized we were for children. It was like, I could not have been in further than like 3rd grade, so I don't know how old that makes me. 2nd, 3rd grade. We got the whole multiple cul-de-sacs, and we were like, we're doing a Pokemon battle day, but it has to be a new save file. So like, we're all meeting up, and after like 2 or 3 hours, we're gonna do battles. But you can't just like bring like your old save file or whatever. But everybody also knew how to do the Masingo cheat and like to get rare candies, so it was all still bullshit. Despite how much I played this game, I still genuinely don't think that much about it. It's probably like a 1-star that's gonna get eliminated round 1, which is crazy. You didn't ban rare candy? No, we thought rare candy was like, dude, like you're a cool kid if you know about the rare candies. And the people that don't know about the rare candies are about to get fucking farmed by the knowers. That's initiation. You don't just show up and not know about the rare candies. Look at this lineup of bangers. I think Nintendo is when I started to play quite a few more games, but still like... Nintendo 64, I still wouldn't say I deliberately myself, I mean, I didn't purchase a game. They're just kind of the games that were there. I think with Sega, I played a lot of Sega games, and even how many I played, I only have 3 on this list, was like, whenever I went to the grocery store with my mom, I would rent one game, come home, play the game. I think I played Zombies on Sega. A lot of these are on like both. Evo was probably the same way. I don't know. And then the Nintendo 64 was just there, because we actually went to the Jersey Shore and we won it with points in an arcade. You know how there's like, oh, 1,500 points and you get like a Slinky. We actually had enough points to get a Nintendo 64. That's impossible. We did it. And then my mom in chat says she still has this. Yeah, this is in a box with all the games somewhere. And we actually, within a couple months ago, I think we did F-Zero X on stream. I went through like a emulator phase a while back, and it's no surprise that like the games that stuck out to me to play then are the ones that I remember the most. F-Zero X, this game's awesome. Unlike Comic Zone, this game is actually good. Huge amount of games on my list for rentals or friends' houses. Yeah. There's quite a few games that like I never would have owned, but like I remember vividly, sometimes I would come home from school and I had to like wait for my parents to get home for a little bit, so I'd go to like someone else's house, and this kid was playing Spyro the Dragon, which I never would have experienced. It's like my only, that's like my only exposure to Spyro. Play this with 4 players. My brother was super into this, who is a bit older than me, and he was always doing time trials and like would play, like Nintendo 64 was the before school ritual for like half an hour in the morning, or on weekends before our parents would wake up, because like there's just one TV in the main living room, so it's like the only time we can play N64 is like early morning. I don't even think that I played F-Zero that much. I mostly probably watched him, and we did split screen sometime, and I was trash because he was actually like grinding levels. But this game dope. 2 stars at least. Might win in round 2. 3. That's so 3. So 3. So basically what you're saying is 3. F-Zero deserves 3. This game is awesome. GoldenEye 007. The OG. I'm actually remembering my brother, like, I guess he liked time trial stuff back then. Because he also did like all of the speedrun challenges this game has. Like every level has like something you have to do to get a check mark. He did all that. I played a ton of it. This is one of the ones I think we did do 4-player PvP at someone's house one time. I have like the vivid memory of they were like, because I was younger than everybody. My brother's older, it was all his friends. So like, oh, let's like pick on like Lil Timmy. And they were trying to like set up some goof for me where they were going to like kill me with the remote mines that you detonate, like tricking me into like standing there. But I can't remember what happened, but I ended up like Uno reversoing and blowing them up. Or at least like 2 of them, and everyone was laughing at them. Early stage gamer cred. I don't know. This game, I don't think there's any denying that this is a great game. This is the Nintendo 64 game. And yet, I am gonna hit him with the 2 stars. Nintendo GameCube, that's a lie. This was also... I was trying to think, I think I had this on the PS1. It was on everything. Because I had... Necrid was in my game. I think that's PS1. Every console had a different guest character, which is kind of cool. Oh, PS2. That makes more sense. This is one of my favorite games of all time. I have played like every Soul Calibur since then. I did local tournament stuff for Soul Calibur way back when. Awesome game. I don't know what else to say. This game, like, I guess ruins other fighting games for me. I love everything about it. It doesn't have, like, crazy long combos, but it still has, like, intricate footsies and stuff, and, like, a lot of moves to learn, and the characters are all neat. It's, like, the perfect amount of fighting game. And also, Soul Calibur 2 is, like, the best in the series, other than... all of them are on my list. But Soul Calibur 2 was the best, except I didn't have online play. So the fantasy when Soul Calibur 4 was coming out, that was the first time it was going to have like online, would be awesome. But it's still, I remember at the time, even at the time, no nostalgia speaking, that I was like, this isn't as good as Soul Calibur 2, but at least you can play with people. And then also the story mode in this was awesome. We played this again recently too, where you do like travel through dungeons and stuff. It was really fun. This, I think 4 stars just skips them to the end. There's no way Soul Calibur 2 isn't a top something. Because I put a bajillion hours in that. PlayStation. Final Fantasy IX. See, a lot of these early games, you're gonna notice a trend here. I did not play this game. I played maybe the first act of this game. 100% of this was played by my brother. This is a little Timmy sitting on the couch or on the top bunk of the bed watching someone play this. And he also restarted this game a shit ton. I don't know why. I'm usually the restarter. But I remember seeing him play the beginning of the game like 4 or 5 times. But this game is still super awesome. Dude, it's a Final Fantasy game. Why is it on the list? Your inputs in these old Final Fantasy games don't even matter. Like, you get the exact same effect from watching the fight than pressing the buttons. Like, oh, you're gonna click attack or flee. And then there's Terra Card Master, which I think is what it's called. Tetra card? I don't know, which was also cool. Played a lot of Tetra. I think that I would like tell my brother, collect the cards and get me a save file, and I just want to play the card game. I know there's the one area in the game where like there's a whole tournament for it. This game's cool. I liked all the characters. Zidane's funny, goofy. I feel like after 9, Final Fantasy stopped being... It just felt different. Even 8. Was 8 the sword one that they're remastering now? I think this one feels like a proper fantasy game, and a lot of the other ones are like fully proportioned characters and human. And I tried to play 7 because I loved this one so much. I went back and tried to play 7, and I could not get through the first area. Like, I don't know, it just... It didn't feel right. Now we're gonna hit him with a 2-star. Also, funny, every single time, multiple playthroughs where you finally get off this airship and the princess wants a new name because she can't be going by princess anymore. It was hilarious every time we named her like Poop. Different joke name every time, funny every time. Because all the characters, also mind-blowing that people would refer to her as Poop forever. Gaming just can't reach that height anymore, can it? Jade Cocoon. Any Jade Cocoon knowers? I feel like this game, nobody talks about it. You know that, I was just randomly thinking of that meme where there's a girl listening to like the grave and it just says, "We still talk about you." We don't talk about Jade Cocoon. No one talks about you. You were great and no one talks about you. I never see fucking anyone talk about this game. But it was like, I remember my friend group at the time that I blew up in previous GoldenEye explanation talking about this game. Like, obviously Dark Souls didn't exist, but we were like, dude, this is the fucking Dark Souls of Pokemon. This is like a real gritty Pokemon that like kids aren't ready for. What was this, PlayStation 1? This game has this really crazy feature where you like make your Pokemon elope and they gain features based on, so like this little hopping guy is all like purple and has those wings because it was combined with another one. And you can just like infinitely do it, and it's got this like consistent generation of like, oh, if I mix this and this, what is it gonna look like? And it gets some of this. Yeah, infinite sex, if you would. And you get some really weird combinations, and it's just fun to like play with what that means. Has a cool story. It has like really cool, I like don't want to skip forward and show some things either. Everybody summons their Pokemon instead of, oh, Pokeball. They have like musical items summon. So like the main character, your character plays a flute. But there's some really cool endgame bosses that are like jamming on the guitar to summon like psycho monsters. And every time you see one, it's like, dude, in which way can I like, who am I letting give birth? It's not birth. They like literally like fuse them together. But yeah, this game is amazing. This game is a 4. I think about this game all of the time, and I'm especially sad that like nobody has played it, which is why Germa needs to play it. Then everyone he won't like it, and then okay, we can keep like not talking about it. Jade Cocoon's amazing. He was going to play this actually, and he bought Jade Cocoon 2. He has the physical disc of Jade Cocoon 2 and showed it to me in his house all proud. Like, dude, look, I got it. Gonna play it. I was like, do not fucking open this game. Jade Cocoon 2 is bad. It's one of those sequels that is like, why did they make this? They like completely did not understand the assignment. It becomes... I don't even know. It ain't it. But this game's vibe, story, the characters, like the there's like an early dream sequence, maybe?
It's not much, but take it.
Oh, it's all voiced too. That's nice.
This is all I
couldn't remember. A lot of these games are not voiced. Got cool characters. Love this game. 4 stars. Metal Gear. Oh. Okay. Metal Gear Solid 1! I think this is one of those cases where this is just a good game. But I don't know, vibe with it. I think the things I remember most about this game, I remember doing the training stages a bunch of times and just the opening a bunch of times. And Otacon pissing himself and saying it. Oh, Otacon is short for Otaku Convention. Even back then, before it was a meme, I was just like, what? What the fuck are you, what are you saying? And when Psycho Mantis makes you look inside your game disc or whatever that was. I don't know, weird game. 1 star. Monster Rancher 2! We did the full tournament for this recently, so again, all of these good OGs, these classics, I've been getting on play lately. So I think a lot of these are not a surprise. Oh, Grit! What if he did real? Fantastic game. I think I'm gonna hit him with a 3. Red Faction. Yo, which gamer take has everyone pointing the swords at you? Like, what? You have this opinion? Red Faction, not only is it a better, like, let's call it, let's say if this were a sequel to Half-Life 1, it's better than Half-Life 2. And then also, I'm going to say this game's better than Half-Life 1. Which, it's like a very Half-Life 1 game. It's like very clear inspirationally. It comes out like 2 or 3 years after Half-Life 1. So I still respect Half-Life 1 as like it came first and it informed this game. This game's better. It does so many like sequences and like there's a clear homage. If you don't know Red Faction, it has like full destructible terrain, which nobody had really done up till that point. You shoot a rocket at any wall in the game, it'll make a hole in it. If you go into the multiplayer, you could just dig tunnels like infinitely out into the void. Which me and friends did. Like, how far can we dig this tunnel? The old school playing games of like the way they were not intended at all. Just like, let's get our boys together and dig a tunnel in Red Faction PvP. If you haven't played this game, I still recommend it. I think there are modern like mods to play it that are like pseudo remaster kind of things. I streamed this a few years ago, and I remember at the time it was still like so memorable that we had a whole bunch of our soundboard noises were Red Faction noises. And I don't know that like a video ever got made of this. I feel like that would be a good video in the ancient VODs, because this game, it's a good game and some of the ending dialogue is just so fucking stupid. A 4-star game. I say better than Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2. I'm not joking. Tony Hawk's Underground. There was really, again, like just nothing else like this. And like I said earlier, I played Tony Hawk 1 for like an entire summer. I don't know. I'm a Tony Hawk Underground, only the New York stage, super pro. I remember going for like, it gives you 2 minutes to score, doing it for like 15 minutes. And just trying to like perfect the route. Story's fun. I don't know. 3 stars. You want to know why? Because it's not as good as Red Faction. I'm not joking about Red Faction. I'm not fucking playing around about Red Faction. Battlefield 1942. Fun story about this game. Back in the day, which is going to be like a top 5 game, spoilers, is Medal of Honor Allied Assault. Is one of my favorite games of all time that basically got me into FPS games I played a shit ton of. And I have like tons of fond memories of. Around that same time, like a year or 2 later, I don't know when exactly, Battlefield 1942 came out. And it's like, oh, and like another, every game back then was a World War II shooter, first of all. So you don't know that. It's kind of like there was an era of like every game is a zombie game. For a while, every single video game was a World War II shooter. And this was like, oh, Battlefield, you can have like 100 players on a map. There's planes, there's tanks. This game looks insane. I thought about this game all of the time. I wanted to play it. We installed it on our computer and it didn't run. We like did not have good enough a computer, enough RAM or something. We could not get it to run. Multiple times we tried to get it to run. It never worked. I never got to play this game. I have never played this game. It's a 1 star. This mind is like a mental takeover for me of how much I wanted to play it and never got to. What is like, I got rage baited. I got just completely baited on this game. But still, there was this lingering, I wish I got to play Battlefield 1942. That probably jettisoned me into playing all the other ones and being excited when my computer could actually run them. But it's such like a vivid memory of all the games that my computer couldn't run. It was like super shit. I got PC gaming fairly late compared to where I feel like a lot of other people already had computers. We had a hand-me-down DOS computer, which is why I brought up Commander Keen before, which was like, that's like predates Windows. When Windows 95 was out, yeah, I still had a DOS computer. So maybe around 1996, 98, we figured out how to load up Wolfenstein on the DOS. And it was like, holy shit, this game's awesome. We could have been playing this. But like others, tons of other stuff had already existed. I was pretty late into that. And then I became a PC gamer. for life. So again, yeah, Battlefield 1942, very influential. Very fond memories of never opening or playing this game one time. I don't know what this map is. I don't know any of this. Company of Heroes. There was a mod for this game. I didn't play a lot of the... This was like my brother was the strategy game player. He played a ton of StarCraft. He played a lot of this game. But I don't know how I stumbled upon it. There was a mod for this game where... How to explain it? There was a Discord server, and everybody on the Discord server would meet up, and this bot organized like matchmaking, like how you would play pickup games nowadays with like Counter-Strike. You do like, let's do like a Counter-Strike pickup lobby, but the whole system kept track of your units. So it'd be like a 4v4 where you don't do any of the building base units or anything. It would be, you have these units because in this war you have won this many fights and you've lost previous units in like previous ones. It would be like a season where everybody in the server would all play together. And if you lost your tank in a game, your tank was gone. It was so fucking cool. That sounds like there's nothing that does that. There's oh, holy shit. There's a game that deserves to be on this list. What is it called? That was somewhat similar. It was a PC game where it would put like 40 players in a server, top down. It kind of is like Foxhole. It's really pretty old. Holy shit. There's no way I can remember. It had like, it was kind of StarCrafty. There were some units that could like set up like siege tanks, and you would slowly walk them into combat. And if flying units came over your head and destroyed them, you just did not have those units anymore and they were gone. But you had to like, you make it a free account. It was like an early free-to-play game. Holy shit, this is so obscure. Running with rifles, everything you guys are naming, 10 years before that. At least. I'm gonna do some Googling. It's like haunting me more that no one knows what this is. I think I'm gonna have to move on. There's no way I'm gonna think of it, but it would be like a 3-star on this list. I think Company of Heroes is just gonna like hold its spot. I totally forgot this existed. It's so weird that it was like, it was free to play. This is like, this shit predates anything that I can think of that was free to play. What was the site that made Guns, the Duel? Like, where would you go to play that? Because I think it was part of that like network. No, I don't think it was. It was just around that time. I would like call my brother and phone a friend because he played a ton of it. Please live phone a friend. I don't know if he'll pick up. I don't know if I know his number. He called me recently. I have no idea. I don't think I saved it. I don't think I saved his phone number, guys. I don't know if I... Oh no, because it tells me the area it came from.
There's the motor pool. Destroy it and we can cut off their armor support.
Hey, I'm streaming and I have a really important question that you might be the only person in the world who knows the answer to it. Do you remember that strategy game where if you lost your units, they would be dead forever? It was like a sci-fi game that you played a lot of. Not StarCraft. It was like you'd choose all your units, and then you'd bring them into like an arena with like 40 other people, and if they died, they were gone forever. And you had to like restart again if you lost them all.
Sniper here! You got it! Right. Yeah, I'm on the go. Taking fire.
Something about Galaxy something. Oh, Shattered Galaxy. Okay, that's it. I have to go. Alright, bye. Shattered Galaxy. Okay, little side quest here. This screen is burned into my memory, where you choose what units you're going to bring into the next fight. Every single unit was also like customizable, where you had to spend a resource to like, oh, I want this unit, these are bombers, and I'm going to put this and this and this on it. So it was like in-depth character creation. You had an active world map like PlanetSide, where you choose like, okay, there are, you know, like this many blues and this many reds fighting over this one spot. I'm going to go help them as a blue. and we need to win this. We need to win this war. And then you'd come in and you'd only have your like 6 units, and you would go and try and help people. Like those are medics walking around, so someone brings like a full unit of medics. They can't do anything other than heal, but you're on the assumption of like there's going to be teammates and I'm going to heal them. But sometimes flying units just show up and fucking murder you. And sometimes this is like, dude, this is an OG extraction shooter where sometimes players just had more gear than you and you had no hope. But you could only bring in like a set of like 3. So if all of these airships die, you'd be like, oh, I guess I have to use the other like set that I brought. It was like so slow and chunky though. Yeah, you have to just sit on these control points with all your units. This is a drop ship. So some people would be like, okay, my squad is, I'm just gonna, you usually would have to have a drop ship to move a lot of the slower units around. But then you could also like pick up other players. I don't know how many people are on a map. But yeah, no, this is a blast from the past that I did not even remember this existed. And I'm fairly certain it was free to play, but there was a paid second area. So like this grass area, if you leveled up enough to get past it and like to be super looted, I don't think you could go to the second area unless you paid. And the second area had like Zergling type units and like flesh weird shit. And I don't even know because we never did it. I think my brother did it like one time because he played a lot more and then probably stopped. Yeah, anyway, let's just like let's like pretend Company of Heroes also represents that game, because the mod for Company of Heroes was very similar, and then that boosts Company of Heroes to like a 3-star. That was a long aside. Next game, we spent a lot of time on that, Dark Messiah. Following with the trend, we did play this somewhat recently. I don't know if I successfully pulled off the bit at the time with this game. That my original plan of streaming it was I was going to practice some of the speedrun stuff and then just do it in a playthrough and act like I didn't know any, like it's just like, what, you just do that, right? I think that bit lasted like 10 minutes because the weirdest trick in the whole game is in like the tutorial zone where you like break the pause timer, get off of your horse you're not supposed to get off of, and like launch yourself over a castle with like a weird pause timing. This is one of the greatest games of all time. We recently played Sir Kix-a-Lot or whatever or something. There's like starting to be some games that are being made to try and like replicate what this is. And it looks jank as fuck in these, but this is such a good game. I think this is one of those games where for eternity I could play this game again and have a good time. This is also Source Engine. This is one of the very few games that Valve did not make that a Source Engine. So it also feels like a good-ass game. And I remember... I feel like a lot of people didn't hear about this one and play it. And the only way that I had heard about it was I saw Mega64 back in the day did a hashtag ad for it where they did a bit where they were like kicking each other into a pool or something. And I was watching and seeing clips of the game. I was like, dude, wait, this game actually seems fucking insane. Oh, this is Arcane Studios, right? Who would go on to make Dishonored and such. Dishonored and all the Arcane games are really good. I think I'd actually put Dark Messiah as their best game. I think just the variance of enemies and the fantasy elements of it and some of the goofier things you can do, this game is so good. Dishonored the whole way through is kind of just like, yeah, I backstab people and I teleport and I get some new skills. But like, there's a whole skill tree for like casting magic in this and being a thief and doing swords, and it's just like a lot of ideas that like still to this day very few games have touched on. Pretty much any game that has like built-in physics, and Source Engine had that more than anyone else, but still no one really makes that much use out of it. Big physics-based games, because there's like a lot of obstacles you can like... You can put down ice and then kick someone on the ice and then they slip and then they fall into a bunch of boxes and the boxes explode and then like a roof falls in on them type of stuff. 4-star game, no doubt about it. Dark Messiah, one of the best games of all time. Diablo 2, this game fucking sucks. And anybody who plays it is stupid. This was another game that I played from that demo website that I mentioned. where it just had a demo of every game. All you could do is Act 1 up to Blood Raven in the demo. So like barely any game. I did it on every single class in the demo 2 or 3 times. And then got the full game and played the absolute shit out of it. For a time, I did speedruns for the D2 like legit website where people would like buy to have characters at like level 80 because they didn't want to level them. I did that once or twice and multi-boxed a whole bunch of characters through. I'm in deep on Diablo 2. I was a child worker for Diablo 2. Paid in items. How much did I earn? I had a fucking Ith sword and whatever the frost rune word was, Eth for my mercenary. Oh man, dude, I was juiced. And people would just stand outside of town and Act 1 and duel. I did basically everything this game has to offer.
I'm surprised you survived that.
Thousands of hours for each thing. There's the regular Battle.net server, then there's one that's offline, so you can just hack your characters and play like whatever you want. People still did duels with hacked characters for whatever fucking reason. There's a whole editor to like make shit. Did tons of that. This is gonna be like a top, somewhere in the top 10. Doom. I don't know if this memory that I have of Doom is real or not. It sounds too stupid to be made up. Like too specific to be made up. It feels like a fucking dream. I don't know how I could have made it up, but it feels like I still question it. And I've mentioned it before, that I'm pretty sure like a very, very early memory for me is sitting on my dad's lap while he like pretended to like let me play Doom with him or just watch or something. But it wasn't like monsters and blood and gore. All of the characters were modded to be Simpsons characters. And like the health packs were like donuts and it was like Krusty the Clown and stuff. That does not sound like, there's no way the modding scene when I was that young was that good, is why I doubt it. This is a real mod. Let's fucking settle the score right now and try and find it. Doom 1 PC mod The Simpsons. Actually, I'm finding some of it. I just don't know how old this one is. Yeah, I don't know. 9 years ago, I don't know when this was made, but this is kind of what I remember. I only saw a little bit of like Zone 1, but that itself is a core memory, whether I dreamed it or not. And then like Doom's actually a good game. 2 stars. Emperor Battle for Dune. I've got, Jerma has all the Sega CD games that you've never ever fucking heard of. I would like to assume or think that I have all of the PC games that no one, maybe you've heard of it, you just don't fucking care. But they're good. See, I skipped, dude. Command and Conquer, that shit sucks. Emperor Battle for Dune takes Command and Conquer and added cool shit, which I don't know if we'll be able to find. So you build your base up on like the flat rock surface, and if you go to fight your opponent, I mean, I would hate this nowadays, but as a kid, it was super cool. As you travel to your opponent's base, you have to like go through the sand, and a giant storm or a sandworm could just eat your fucking like your whole units. And you like, I'm gonna go like try and win the, oh, there was a sandworm and I lost all my shit and I lost the game. I think this game also has like the original Dune movie cinematics in it as like story. I think it's a weird spin-off of the movie, not the actual movie that I know nothing about. I don't know. But it is just like a genuinely comparable to Command and Conquer or our StarCraft game with like the extra gimmicks of all of your units can be eaten by sandworms and stuff. And if you like ever go on the sand, I'm thinking you get like tremors that show up and you have to constantly try and avoid it and work around that. But also it is because of this game that I thought this game was cool that I got into reading the Dune books. So that's influential. And I read the original 4-part series, and I like that series a lot. Can you imagine, like that sounds, there's probably situations like today that sounds like so dumb. I can't think of a comparison off the top of my head. Dude, actually, hold up, take one step backwards. because Doom is cool, I read the Doom books. I brought this up. There was an old Doom book series that I read like the first 2 or 3 of. And they're not good. It's very young. But I was like, it's kind of like how you would watch a Netflix series that you don't like just to see how it ends, kind of like spitefully. I was like, this is okay. I guess I'll like finish it. I don't like hate it. But it's kind of stupid. I remember reading about the character going to find the blue key. And I don't know, all the Doom lore. So I think like when the newer Dooms came out, like Doom 2016, and it's like, oh, there's this whole weird story about like what, like demons on Mars? I was like, oh yeah, no, that's what the books were about. I know that. Similarly, my brother had a whole bunch of books for Alien versus Predator, had tons of book series that were cool. And I think in that similar line of thinking, Emperor Battle for Dune got me to read the Dune books. But luckily, the Dune books are actually legit and they're good. Okay, some of them are legit and good. Dune Book 2 is awful. It is why every time they make movies about Dune, they stop after book 1. It is why the current Dune trilogy is a trilogy and they don't go to book 2. Book 2 fucking sucks. Nothing happens. Nothing happens and the ending is stupid and it's all stupid. And then book 4 is amazing. I remember book 3 kind of sets up book 4 and then book 4 is like actually amazing. I'm sad no one does. Well, it would be weird. Because like the timeline of Dune goes over like thousands of years. If you want to watch a movie for Dune Book 4 because it's super, super good, there's a Billy and Mandy episode that is the entirety of Book 4 for some reason. Wow, the whole thing is on YouTube. Billy and Mandy, good show too. Yeah, Mandy is a worm. Billy is Duncan, Idaho. But yeah, no, weird. That's why Emperor Battlefield Dune is on this list. That whole long roundabout story, 2 stars. Fallout Chew. Oh, brother. I remember when Fallout 3 came out, and it was the cool thing to think that it was stupid that they were making a third, like 3D Fallout. Back in my day, everybody thought the concept of Fallout 3 even existing at all was like, why the fuck would you ruin a classic? But Fallout 2 is also like, I don't know. Hard to explain why it's one of the GOATs. The cool talking characters were all fun. I beat this game multiple times. Got me really into the Fallout series. I remember downloading the demo from that site that I told you. I don't know why I persisted with this game. I kept hearing how good Fallout was. I played the demo that does like the intro sequence. You're like in a tribe and you're like throwing spears at walls and stuff. And it's like, I like didn't connect with it. I played that whole intro sequence probably 4 or 5 times. I don't know why I kept coming back to it to like see like, is it good? People keep saying it's good. And I hated it. But like the loading screen when you're downloading the game shows you in a city with machine guns and shit. And I was like, it has to go somewhere else. And then I stuck with it, and it's one of my favorites. Some of these are just like, I don't know what else to say. Good game. I know this isn't technically good game list, but damn. Good game. But yeah, I think this would be like the first time an action RPG let you like ruin everything that they tried to do that in Fallout 3 where you can like bomb Nuketown. There's a whole like power plant segment in this game where there's a whole bunch of ghouls in a like radiated power plant. And you can just like, you could fuck up the whole thing and kill everyone. In the very first town you enter, you can just shoot the important NPCs in the head and they die, which I don't think that the current Fallouts let you do. I think they still have like the Bethesda protected NPC aspect. But like, oh dude, that's a quest giver. You could, no, this game, you just like, you could do whatever the fuck. I remember some playthroughs of being like, I'm gonna get to the first town, I'm gonna get a shotgun, and I'm going to kill every person in the town. There's just, it felt like every playthrough there was some different thing that I could do, or like the way the game played out would feel different. So it kept me interested for many playthroughs. That's a flashbang now. This is a 3 star. Half-Life. We already know Red Faction is better, but I think immediately looking at this, I think this game like just represents more being a Valve Source Engine game and how many mods and memes and just how much has been made about this game and how like present it has been in my life, even though Red Faction is a better game. Also, I think this is another game where they had played every game on the demo website. They had a demo for Half-Life 1, which I think had nothing to do with the whole game, the full game. It was just a completely independent level. But yeah, I don't know. This game's revolutionary and it's a 3. Medal of Honor Allied Assault. This might be top 10, somewhere in the top 10. Like I was saying earlier, pretty much I think solidified for me that FPS games are like some of my favorite things of all time. Again, only had the demo of this for a while, which was only one map, Stalingrad. Did not have all of the weapons, which was actually better because it did not have a shotgun or rocket. No, it had rockets. I think you just didn't get the shotgun until you played the full game. After 2 years of playing only one map on the demo, which I played often, there were like clans and like guild wars on the demo. I bought the full game, went into a server, tried the shotgun because it's the only thing I had never used before, and I got kicked from the server for using it. I don't know why they had it. I learned how to mod with this game. I learned to do like I had like a whole like weapon edit I played through the campaign with. I talked about this when I played it a while back, that I had a whole bunch of like texture mods and stuff that I made. Oh, I told a whole bunch of stories during that stream probably. Speaking of Chimney, it would be nice if you could go back and do that as a video, just for the historical Ster significance at some point. But my friend at school at the time, this has to be like somewhere in middle school, I don't know, also said that he loved this game and played it a bunch. He was like, dude, let's play it on a clan and a group together. And I was like, okay, cool, fine, that sounds great. So we go and we play together, and within the first like 10 minutes, I can tell that he cheats. He has wall hacks, 1000%. But it's kind of awkward because I know him from school, so I was like, I don't think I should say anything. But it was very obvious. But he also wasn't very good. So like when we played in like random pub lobbies and stuff, I'd still like beat him and do just as fine. It was like, it was all right. Did anyone ever notice? Not that I remember. I did one like clan battle PvP where we set up like a whole scrim and all that with him and some of the other group that he was with. It was like a 6v6. They all did it on this elimination map, a V2 rocket, where you would like snipers only, V2 rocket, 1 kill, they're out of the round forever. Kind of like a Counter-Strike setup of planting the bomb. Every single person in my group, including my friend from school, rage quit that game and left. And I stayed and 1v6'd and won the next round. And then was talking to all the other dudes from the other group. And they were like, yeah, man, your fucking team sucks. Like, you should play with us. Like, yeah, no, man, sick. And then I did not. And I was like, yeah, sorry, guys. I, like, know them from school. Sorry. I'll see you guys. Did they come back after you? No, I don't remember what happened, like, to them. I didn't talk to them. But yeah, no, this game is this game might be, like, #1 on my list when we get to the end of it. I think just how much stuff I did with this game. This would have been, if, like, YouTube existed, this would have been my TF2 before TF2 type thing. Like, all of, I don't know, it informed all of that. And yeah, I don't know, I remember doing, like, there's so many custom maps that I remember. Very great game. Ragnarok Online. I believe the original reason why I started playing this was because I talked about how much of the demo of Diablo 2 I played. And there sort of reached a point where I played so much Diablo, I was like, I need something like this. There was a huge gap in time between Diablo 2 and The next game that would understand actually why Diablo 2 was good would be like Path of Exile. There was Titan Quest, there was Grim Dawn, there was a whole bunch of, but like they didn't have online servers, so none of the items were persistent, so nothing kind of mattered. You weren't playing with people. And as an MMO, this is the closest there was to like persistent top-down isometric game. You know what I'm saying? We've hit in a row a couple of the like this could be a #1 on the list, and I would not like. I think I more fondly remember Ragnarok than I do like base Diablo 2. Like if we get to the end and it's Diablo 2 Median XL Ragnarok, dude, I might even put it ahead of Median XL. Ragnarok Online is just super comfy. It's like how anyone would fondly remember World of Warcraft or whatever. But the entire soundtrack of this game I still listen to is super good. I'm surprised of all the videos, some of these videos are like 5 hours long. We've got like level 11 swordsman for 3 minutes. I don't know. I could talk about it for a very long time, but I think this is one of those things where it's like, if you don't know, you don't know, and I can't explain it. I think they've tried a couple of times. I think there's another Ragnarok Online, like, thing releasing in the next couple of months. I forget what it's called. They're trying to, like, revive it. But here's... I'll give a few points of what's really cool. Every morning before school, I'd wake up. There's a class called the Merchant in this. You have to level a whole character, which takes too fucking long, which is why I ended up playing custom servers. You level a merchant, and then you can leave your merchant online the entire day, and they just have like a text bubble over their head, and people can like look in your shop and buy what you're selling for the price. So it's like I could wake up in the morning, set up my shop, you turn the game off, you can turn your computer off, and your character stays in place the whole time, so you don't have to like leave your computer running. It was like, I love the economy in Path of Exile, and I feel like this was the introduction to like online economy MMO stuff, where because you had to like, every map in this game is a square. If you look at like the world map grid, you just moving one square over takes you to the next zone, and eventually you could walk to the next city. And it was really difficult to get to a very popular leveling zone called Orc Dungeon. So if you bought, your merchant gets a discount on NPC prices. So you can buy healing potions in town at a discount. Walk your character all the way to Orc Dungeon. There's a carry weight limit. Merchant gets like a cart, so they get like 2,000 more weight than other players. Bring all the health potions, sit down in front of the Orc Dungeon, and then upcharge healing potions like 20 to 30% more than the towns actually sell them for. And it's like, oh, well, we're here leveling, we gotta buy them. I love that shit. You walk through this main city, which is pretty much where everyone would hang out. If you walk down this street, please, you gotta walk down this fucking street, you loser. Please, man. It would just be these everywhere. Like, the whole walk up down the main street, it's usually not in this, like, little corner. It would be the whole main street on left and right side of it. Like that. Yeah, it'd just be tons and tons and tons of merchants trying to sell everything there. And there's a limit to how many, you can only put like 10 items in there. There was my guild? No way. Yeah, I love this game. I love the art style. I think Ragnarok Online influenced the types of things and style that I wanted to draw a lot. That's also a huge part of it. There's like, today to look back on it has like some very simplistic and kind of like art, but like the sprites and everything, some of the monster boss sprites in this game are so cool. And the cute little monsters and everything. Love this game. Don't know what else to say. One of the GOATs of all time. Oak knows, one of the best games ever. True. I played it a few years ago. I leveled to like 70 on a wizard or something. I think that I streamed leveling an Orc Dungeon in between Overwatch queue times or something. God, I have so many fucking bangers on this list. Like every single game Ster opens, it's like, holy shit, fucking based. Star Siege Tribes. Movement shooters are the best. Rocket jumping is the best. rocket jumping movement shooter long before I played anything like Quake that had any of those kind of mechanics. This would be like the first thing that I played. Starships Tribes, I don't, the year I'm gonna guess. Dude, if it's another 2001, I'm gonna say 1998. Boom! December 23rd, 1998. If it was like 2 days later, I'd be wrong. Yeah, this game's fantastic. Had a whole bunch of custom maps. It also had another mod that made it better, which is also... Modding is good. Going to be a consistent theme. That I think, like... Again, I said all of the goats have some level of, like, creativity. And if there is a modding scene, there's, like, a creative aspect besides just, oh, this is a shooter I play. So it's also, like... Mods are awesome. There was a weird-ass football mod. There's a lot of like mods, but there was one main one, I think it was called Shifter, where you could build like, there's like 30 different buildables. You could build walls. People built like gigantic super bases. There's just tons more items like nuclear missiles. You had to like spend currency. Oh, that was like already a mechanic to spend currency to buy weapons. But you had like vehicles and just a whole bunch of stuff. I tried to get into the other Tribes games like 2 and 3. Did not like either of them. Star Siege Tribes comes out later by Hi-Rez and good game. And the shame about some of these videos is I think the things that made these games the best are going to be the hardest to find because it is these very niche like community servers with mods that really made a lot of these so much more than what you're seeing. It's a 4-star for me. Bad Company 2. I think that I'm still... I think this is the best Battlefield ever. Wait, no. The best Battlefield ever is Battlefield Heroes, which no one played. Let's talk about this one first, because no one knows about this game. It was free to play. It did not survive very long. The servers may have been online for about 1 year. Let me make sure we can see everything. I'm sorry. I wish I had this screen set up so these could be full screened a little better-ish. But it was a little bit like goofy and Fortnite-y, but it's old. So you can't actually call it Fortnite-y because it predates all the Fortniting. It has all the things I love in an arena shooter, like health packs. You would choose your loadout before you enter a match. And then it's just like a simplified arena shooter Battlefield, but like nothing like this existed. Still very, like almost nothing exists like this at all. I think if you don't know, in this channel we have an exclamation point arena in chat that lists all of, okay, those ones aren't particularly ones that I love, but it's like, it's very normal that the games that I love die. Especially shooters. Multiplayer shooters don't survive very long in general. And I always end up loving the ones that no one even remembers this, played it, or cares. We only get footage of the plane. The plane was really fun to fly though. I remember spending most of my time flying the plane. I like want to 3-star it, but I also want it to have a chance to be eliminated against something else to like prove its validity. And then other than that, Bad Company 2 is the best Battlefield. Everybody knows that. I don't think anyone can debate that. Could not play as a child Battlefield 1942, but as a computer man, not a boy, I got the chance to play this, and this one still remains. I think we tried to stream this at some point, and it's just like not playable. I think it blue screened my computer setting it up. Like it was not good. But current Battlefield 6 is good. I think it's the closest you get to this old Bad Company feeling. But Bad Company's maps were better. The guns felt better. And it had an actual campaign that was fun. It's on Steam. I think I had the Steam version and it still did not work correctly. I don't know. But yeah, awesome game. I'm also going to give it 2 stars. I mean, I said Battlefield Heroes was better, but I feel like if they head to head, I would choose Bad Company 2. The Binding of Isaac. The Binding of Isaac is here. Are you surprised? I don't know. This game was like... Some of these just feel like nothing needs to be said. When this game came out, nothing else like it. Created an entire genre. of roguelikes, is still one of the best of all time in the category, even after it's existed for 10, 15, whatever years since the original. I don't know. I used to love watching Twitch. It was very big on Twitch, and like they had the community events like Balls of Steel. Loved watching all that, where people would like speed run competitively against each other in such an RNG game. It was still like people figured this game out so much that it could still be competitive with all the RNG. The style, everything is just, this is one of the best games of all time for sure. Who's gonna argue? I looked over. I was like, is anyone arguing? Me? Come fight me. Why does this keep scrolling back up? Black Light Retribution. This is a... I'm just gonna say, like, straight out, this is a completely throwaway, generic FPS game. Dime a dozen that comes and goes and dies. And maybe this is where that cynicism in me comes from to even say that, because I love this game, and it came and it went and it died. And you can't help but notice, as much as you love a game like this, that it's gonna come and it's gonna go and it's gonna die. Live, laugh, love, die. We did like 100 videos of this on my second channel. I made a lot of content on this game, so that's also why it stands out as like very memorable to me. It's unfortunately one of those games where you in-game you earn credits and you get to have a gun for 7 days or 2 days rather than just flat out own the game. So that sucked. But because of that, I think it sparked a enjoyment in me in, like, we did a lot of videos where every time I killed a player, I would pick up their gun and use it. Or it'd be like, dude, guys, I only got this gun for 1 day. Let's play for, you know, do some rounds with this one gun this 1 day, and I'm never gonna touch it again. But also is neat because there's a mechanic every player has that lets you see through walls to see where people are. So there's like, everybody has wall hacks, but they take time to turn on and turn off. So it kind of just breaks the monotony of like, no one can be a camper, which was a big issue, big hot button topic back in the Call of Duty days. And you also never run into the situation where you can't find anybody. That was about it. But I like this game a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna 1-star you. Sorry. Rest in peace. Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. For many years, I played Medal of Honor Allied Assault. As I said, could be like my top one, and that would not surprise me. My #1 game of all time. All of my friends switched over to Call of Duty when it came out. Anyone that I knew played, I was like, dude, you gotta try Call of Duty. And I just never wanted to because I loved Allied Assault so much. And I would say it wasn't until Call of Duty 4 that I thought any of them were any fun. I feel like this is the first good one they made. I don't think I played 3 or 2. I think it's just when I finally tried it. But also this had like a big cultural moment of like, this is when Call of Duty popped off from my recollection. I didn't play a ton of it, but I did enjoy it. I'm just gonna... I didn't play enough of it. What I did play was Modern Warfare 2. Modern Warfare 2, as an old YouTuber, this basically is like the whole reason I think a lot of people got into YouTube. I think that I got into YouTube because of this game and would not have made any content if not for this game and how popular it was in the old days of machinima. I kind of had that moment of... It's similar to what actually I explained earlier about, we had a friend that made the browser-based games. He was making $100 a month on it. Holy shit. I looked at his game and I was like, dude, bro, his game is dog shit. It's like not good, and he's making that much insane amount of money on it. We could do that. We could do so much better. The like inspiration from knowing like, nah, dude, I could do better. That gets you to try. I think that's what like initially got me into YouTube, that there was like a lot of really shitty, really popular Call of Duty YouTubers. I was like, I could do that. Dude, I've been gaming my whole life. I did before my main YouTube channel. I actually had a completely separate one that was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 only. And I tried to do some weird stuff with it. And then I was like, this is dumb. And then just made... I don't know. I wanted to find a game that was something that I enjoyed more. I think that I started to like just find Team Fortress 2 sometime after this and realize how much better it was and kind of just focused on that. The Forbidden Lore. Yeah. I had the idea that, I don't know, I felt like as a collab thing, it would be a good idea to have a channel where you do commentary not on your own gameplay, but other people's gameplay too. And I did like 3 of those where I like got videos from other people and did some of my own. Like, yeah, I do this, but like sometimes as a series, we like watch other people's gameplay and kind of like talk about what they're doing. Machinima hire this man. That feel like actually for that time, no one was doing like fucking VOD reviews. But I didn't do too much of it before. I was like, I don't like this. React content, honestly, for that time, I was ahead of my time. It was kind of like embarrassing to even explain it. I was like, should I even go into this? But actually, you know what? It was ahead of my time. They just didn't get it yet. Also, they probably weren't very good. But yeah, no, this game, influential to want to start doing YouTube. YouTube was huge at this point in time with this game. This game was fun. I played a lot of it. I think this is a minimum 3 stars influential. I feel like 4, just because of all the reasons I just explained, that it got me into tubing, which is obviously a huge part of my life. Then in terms of influential, it has to be like very important. I don't know, this was such like a fresh feeling FPS game for some reason. Like everything in this game was, I think, the distilled perfection of all the classic shooters up to this point. And all the Call of Duties, they figured it out here and they would never be able to top this, and who cares what comes after. Dark Souls 2. Did you guys know that Dark Souls 2 is the best Dark Souls? Some of you might not know that. I know the zone that we're in right now is one of the absolute worst areas in the entire game and is not a great example of that. As this fucking red spirit starts walking towards you with these auto poison turrets, shoot you while you walk down it and push you off a ledge. I know this is the worst area in like the whole game, and there's a few of those, but it's also the best Dark Souls. I think this is, to me, is like Modern Warfare 2 we were just talking about, where this was huge on Twitch. Everybody knew like, oh, Dark Souls is like a really popular, like good game. And then Dark Souls 2 had like all of that driving force behind it, where I got really into watching speedruns of it. I learned how to do the speedruns myself. I learned like half the game at least. Bino Boost was super fun. And I always felt that this game, like, people didn't like it at the time and still. But I feel like it is Dark Souls 1 just with like so much more. It is a gigantic game, especially with the DLC. Like, this game is fucking massive. And I always felt like there was cool stuff to discover. More equals better. I think that this game, I mean, like, does not hold up. Well, it's nostalgia. This game, fucking nostalgia. Can I, like, it's nostalgia. I understand. But also, this game is good. Also, again, to bring it up again, Germo had brought this up, that I always talk about how good Dark Souls 2 is, and that I think Dark Souls 3 is shit. And then he said, like, a year or so ago that he went through and he replayed them, and he was like, you know what, you're right, Dark Souls 3 fucking sucks. So there's some validation there. There's just something super charming about Dark Souls 2 to me. Dark Souls 3 is so good. I don't know, Germa said it sucks.
Thank you.
So, what are you gonna do? Iframes were behind a stat? Yeah. Because there was so much more in this game, it was the same as, like, I would say for Fallout 2, where it felt like every playthrough of the game could feel different, and I did so many of them. Because you could go to different zones in different orders, with different weapons, with different builds. 3 stars. 3 stars, that is my final answer. Day of Defeat. So once upon a time, every single video game was a World War II shooter, and Medal of Honor Allied Assault is the best one. But then I got Steam, and also Day of Defeat was also good. But not that good. It's 1 star. I just kind of... I'm even debating a shooting it in the head, to be honest. I don't have much to say about it. It's another World War II shooter. Deadlock. Man, I'm glad that this gameplay is from an older version. The closed fucking alpha of Deadlock is some of the most peak shit ever. I was watching someone else talk about it recently too, and like showing old clips, and it's like, why does it feel like the old game is genuinely so much better than what we currently have? How, it's not like I can't possibly have nostalgia for something that was like 2 years ago. Ranked mode, it was just like such a fun community of like figuring out the game with everyone. It's like every single night I would stack and look forward to stacking with a group of people with like Moon and that circle. And this game was fun as hell. This game is fun, but it's also torture. I think because it's popular longer now and people have figured it out, it just gets into that era of actually being what it is, which is a highly competitive, rage-inducing MOBA. When I first ever saw the game, ever, in like a random email being invited to the alpha, I thought it looked like total dog shit. It was my first impression. It was like video of Lash riding around in the zip lines, and I was like, this looks fucking awful. I can't believe this is what Valve is working on. Like, this is kind of a shame. And then I played it and kind of like started to get it, and I was like, this is pretty fun. But in terms of like, for this list, it's not out yet at the time of recording. It's getting closer and closer. There's something weird about watching old footage and like enjoying it more. And like really remembering enjoying this era of it more. This was a weird one because it remains to be seen if this is influential to me. And I feel like I just want to like shoot it because we don't know yet. I don't know yet. But also it's at least a 1 star because the early phases of this game where everyone was playing it and learning it reminds me so much of the early era of like Overwatch, which was like, for me, one of my favorite times in gaming, of everyone like just how exciting it was and everyone rallying behind it and meeting people that I like otherwise would never have talked to. So for now, 1, who knows? Oh, Diablo 4. Why did I put Diablo 4 on the list? Why is this here? Did I put it here so that I could shoot it? Or do I secretly enjoy hating this game so much that it's worth a 1 star? I actually loved playing the last 2 expansions on stream to just see what the story was. It was, okay, we're not talking good game, we're talking influential. Diablo 4 has been massively influential because I can compare anything I hate to it. I'm giving Diablo 4 2 stars. There have been games throughout my life that become like a fixation of wanting to know everything about the game as like a hate watcher. I'm a hate watcher of certain video games. The first time I ever noticed this, it was Smite. After like an amount of time of playing Smite and really enjoying the game, I got to a point where I was like, these devs are fucking morons. And I watched every single dev interview for the sole purpose of like, what the fuck are they talking about? And like following what was going on. And I will, until the end of Diablo 4, be curious what the devs are working on and check back every once in a while and be curious. If there's a new expansion with a new story, I'm curious. 2 star Diablo 4. And then they hit him with the dirty bomb. So this is Blacklight Retribution, but better, but equally as expendable and easy to throw away into the trash because everyone else did. But this game was very good. It's just kind of in this amalgamation of there have been so many games like this. To the point to say, like, was Dirty Bomb actually influential to me? Or was it just, like, fun for a while? And I think the answer is it was fun for a while. Rest in peace, Dirty Bomb. Dirty Bomb is, like, in the same category as, like, Brink. But I think the difference with me keeping Blacklight Retribution is that I did make so many videos on it, so it stuck around with me for longer. I made, like, 1 Dirty Bomb video. Disco Elysium. Me liking this video game is indisputable proof that I can read. There should be no debate that I know how to read because I have beaten this game. Some people may doubt it, but this is where this game I learned to read playing this game. This is when I knew that I needed to figure it out. This is, for me, recently we had Claire Obscure. I said it 3 times because I had a brain, my brain exploded with electricity, thinking of Germ has been singing Claire Obscure, but I don't actually know the song. But he says it 3 times in a specific way that I can't replicate because I don't know the song. Okay. I saw this at the Game Awards that it won Game of the Year, and I was like, what? And then I played it, and I was like, okay, this is Game of the Year. So similar to Claire in that way, but I haven't played Claire. It's like at least a 3. I think also that may be one of the things that kind of pushed me. I'm not sure if this is true. It sounds true. Maybe one of the things that pushed me to like actually start making Myriad when I was doing it. Like, I don't know. At the very least, that would have ended up differently if I didn't play Disco Elysium. Dishonored. I think this is one of those weird cases where I like this game a lot. But I think overall, if the goal is the influential list, it has actually probably not had any influence. And that I because we already did Dark Messiah, I do remember Dark Messiah so much more fondly. And we have Dishonored 2 also on the list because they are both just like genuinely super good games. But I think I feel the same way about both of them. I think I'm gonna give Dishonored 2 a 1 star and shoot Dishonored 1 in the face. They're also like samey enough that they kind of blurred together, but obviously with Dishonored 2 being more recent and more fresh in my mind and having better graphics, and the lore and the characters and the art of this game is like really cool. Just doesn't pop into the brain too often for me. So we'll see how it does in the 1-star battle royale. Divinity Original Sin. So the first time that I played this game, the first 3 times that I played this game, I rage quit it within the first zone. It pissed me off so much that I was going to make a YouTube video about it, and I think it's still on my channel. It was unlisted and I never published it. It was just like like if YouTube Shorts existed back then, I would have released it because it was like 40 seconds long. It was like all of the build up to this game coming out and the developers being like, you can do anything you want in this game. It's, you know, your own RPG, you can move stuff. Like there's so many elements of just like, it's like a sim game. And then you get to the first town. And like I was saying with Fallout 2, you could go to the first town in Fallout 2 and kill every single NPC, no matter how important they were to the story. I got to the first town in this game and walked up to a chicken vendor or whatever and hit them over the head with a greatsword, and it deals 1 damage and like doesn't let you kill them, and they run over and one-shot you if you try it. I was like, okay, this is some stupid shit. And then the starting main quest in the town in Divinity Original Sin 1 is profoundly bad. You get this whole concept of like action, combat, Dungeons and Dragons, and it is the most unintuitive. You need to make sure you read every line of dialogue detective case to like piece together not who the culprit is, but specifically where you need to go in what order. Because right as you walk up into the first town, there's a hut. And inside the hut, you see a notepad. And it's like, oh, that's suspicious as fuck. I think the killer might be related to that suspicious notepad. You go to knock the door down, you can't get into that. It's locked. Every door in this game you can break. You cannot break that door. So the entire premise of Original Sin Divinity was completely broken to me immediately, which is like you can do anything. You can break down doors, you can like make your own story, whatever you want. They utterly fail in the very beginning of this, and I don't know why, but I had returned to the game again at some point and decided to play beyond the first point. I used the guide to do this first area and just skip it. I just like guide point A, okay, done. And that's how I know that this Act 1 is one of my least favorite things that I have ever played, ever. And then the rest of the game is phenomenal. It's so fucking weird. The rest of the game, God, it's really fucking good. I don't know how they messed up the beginning of this so bad. And I don't know what compelled me to play it again. But there are still things to this day that I quote all of the time, that I had been quoting a lot for a long time. Like every character in this game, all of the different voices, like you have like 3 male, 3 female. Every one of them says the dialogue line, "What a deluge!" just a little bit differently, and they're all funny to me. They all pronounce the word wrong in different ways. The vendors in town, the man, the happiest man, I can't remember, is the man with many cheeses. This game is insanely quotable. And I find myself being reminded of things from the dialogue of this game all the time. It was fun to play in co-op. I don't think we really had like a co-op RPG experience before. And obviously, if you don't know, this would be the Boulder Gate 3 devs have gone on to make that. This original one is at least a 2-star for me. I even almost like Diablo 4. I love to hate the intro. Like, I enjoyed ranting to you about it. You asked if I actually disliked any games, and this was one of them. Oh, I completely understand. The first act of this game is, like I said, one of the worst things I've ever played, and it pisses me off. I really don't know what it is that made me play it multiple times to even give it a chance again, how annoyed I was. It's almost like I didn't know how annoyed I was supposed to be until I did the Steam guide of step by step to prove, oh, it was the door I couldn't break down that I thought it was. Like, I was right. It does suck. I wouldn't know how much it sucked unless I pushed past that. And then the rest of the game is really fun. It's weird. Very, very original Sin. Core combat mechanics. I even say Baldur's Gate 3 really disappoints me. I do want to play it at some point. I still have not. But 5th edition is so boring to me compared to the original Sin mechanics. I've just played so much 5th edition. It's so boring to me now. That original Sin combat is a lot better. Divinity Original Sin 2 is an immediate 4-star because everything that's good about the first one, it doesn't have that awful intro, and I knew going into this it was a good game, and what do you know, it was a great game. I beat this game 3 times. I beat it on the super hardest difficulty, where if you die once, it's hardcore permadeath and you don't get to revive. And once again, for everything that I did with tabletop game design, I don't think it would have happened. I think I beat Fort Joy like 4 or 5 times before I like settled on a character that I wanted to continue the game with. But the intro to the game was like so fun. Who's my favorite companion? My favorite companion was the morning person perk that made you not have to have companions. I actually like really don't like having a lot of companions in these kinds of games. A lone wolf, yeah, lone wolf and morning person combo. None of the characters are memorable to me really. I played it initially in co-op where it was just me and one other person, and then we decided to not have any NPCs, and we were like, we'll do it later and like hear their storylines later. And I did do a playthrough with all of them because there's like a major thing later where you like do stuff with them in bed. But yeah, I don't know. The more characters there are in like a Dungeons and Dragons type setting or a turn-based setting, the more convoluted and like less interested I become. There's like a sliding scale of like XCOM 2 being like what you can have like 8 characters, and it's like I have no interest. And then you slide it down, and then there's a certain point where you get down to like 3 and I'm like, let's fucking go. Elden Ring. Hot take. Okay, let's talk Elden Ring for a second here. This isn't a hot take. I don't know what this is. It's really hard to judge. I feel like if Elden Ring 2 came out now, or if Elden Ring came out now, I'd be bored out of my mind. That I'm just like so over it. But at the time when it came out, 10 out of 10 game of the year, no question. But now, I feel like if I boot up an Elden Ring 2, there's like a layer of like, this game is going to take so long and be so exhausting. I'm not sure if I even want to get involved. You're over it because you played it. Yeah. It's a okay, number 1, it's on the list already. Number 2, it's a minimum 3-star game. It's kind of like what I was describing for some of the other ones a second ago. That now that I've already played one, I really don't know if I care to do it again. I feel like it's inevitable that they're going to make a second one, but I'm curious when it comes out how interested I'll actually be. It's a game you can only play really once. I think I've beaten it like 3 or 4 times. That's part of it. I had a similar burnout after Dark Souls 2, where I was like, Dark Souls 3, I've played so much Souls-like, I did not care about like any of them, probably until Elden Ring came out. And I needed like a break. My meal too fulfilling, absolutely. Absolutely, but influential, like minimum 3-star, great game. I'm just saying, They're gonna make another because they made too much money. They're gonna force this dude. They're gonna put this guy in a cage and force him to make another. It's not gonna have all the original heart, and it's gonna be twice as long. It's, oh, we have to do it twice as big of a map. It's not gonna be the same, especially after the DLC as long as it was. I don't know, man. Like, we'll see when something comes out. We'll see if I don't play the whole thing and say it's a 10 out of 10 again. Elden Ring, you're just giving me like weird vibes now. You really realize, Jerma's right. You realize some things when you're here doing the actual list and you've compared it to the true goats. It's like, I like Fable, right? No, apparently not that much. It was okay. Fallout 3! I like Fallout 3 more than 4. I like Fallout 3 more than New Vegas, which I'm one of the very few people that will say that. I think it's like mostly the environment. I enjoyed traversing the city and stuff more than endless desert. I really enjoyed like the tight corridors and the sewers and stuff. I mean, I think there's cool parts of Fallout 3 of New Vegas, like the platinum chip and that whole storyline.
Anyway, the area's secure. So
But I think overall with this game, especially being new, I enjoyed this one more. And being new to it.
I'm sure.
Played a lot of mods with this game, did a lot of playthroughs. I always so we stream sometimes where I play like hardcore permadeath with this and like one shot kills you. It's super high damage. I don't know what I was doing at that point in time when this game came out, because I didn't stream any of that, but that's still just like naturally how I play these games. I was doing a ton of that off stream. I don't know how regular I was streaming when this game came out, to be honest. So I got a ton of playtime off this, which I was very surprised to like this because I was, we talked about earlier, played a lot of Fallout 2, loved Fallout 2, and was kind of disappointed, or like, not this, like very cautiously thinking this game would not be that interesting. It would not be good, but it was good. Also, doesn't this game start you off in the vault? And like the whole intro in this game, I think I liked a lot more than New Vegas.
Goodness, just a year old and already.
'Cause this has like a more authentic Fallout feel.
So proud. Listen, kiddo.
And I did already like Fallout. This one is gonna be... I feel like if I give it 2, it's gonna beat whatever it goes against. But I'm... That's a 3. That's a 3. And then Fallout 4. I did literally just say I like it more than Fallout 4. I did literally... This will be a 2. Fallout 4 is still very fun. We did a lot of streams on it. Same thing, permadeath. I think overall, I mean, you can't go back to Fallout 3 and like play it modern. It feels so bad compared to this game. But it's still, Fallout 3 has like the bigger place in my mental heart. Fucking synths. I mean, you know what? One star. You know what? 2 stars. Far Cry 3. This game was so good that Ubisoft thought it would be a great idea to make 40 more of them. It was not a great idea for them to do that, but this game was actually genuinely good enough for them to think so. The protagonist, the antagonist was super cool and interesting, and he had like all those cool cutscenes that everyone liked so much that they thought they should do that again 40 times as well, but they could not ever replicate what actually made this game feel so fun. The later ones get weird. They get like Saints Row-y, where they feel like they need to one-up themselves over and over again and have the zaniest dialogue. This one was just like good movement, good shooting, open world. Fun. This is a fun game. Which actually kind of ties into the Elden Ring thing. Like, let's say this is Elden Ring, and then Ubisoft makes 40 more Elden Rings, that I cannot look at the other ones in the same positive light that I appreciate this one for. Like, I don't think they could deliver on a Far Cry, and I would play through it the same way that I played through the first one and enjoy it just as much. We just gave Fallout 4 a 2. I feel like it's a 3-er. I also really liked making videos for these games. At the time on YouTube when I was making videos, I spent a lot of time on this video compared to the other stuff I was doing. And I really enjoyed it. And it made me want to do it for like... I did another one for Fallout 4. I feel like I did a few others. I can't remember. This game, but It was influential in that I will, every time a Far Cry has been released since this game, I will look at it and hope it's good. Go Go Nippon, everybody's favorite game. You all know Go Go Nippon? Holy shit, what is this video? This is a random visual novel that came out on Steam. Historically, we made a YouTube video on it. In the beginning, we talked to Germa, and I take the "Can you make an interesting video on this game" challenge. It is just two girls give you a tour of Japan, the game, visual novel style. Nothing happens. You see the girl in one of the bathrooms one time. And then you mostly learn about Japan. But I very much enjoyed making the video about this game. And my chat still tells me that one of these people, I believe this character, actually became a VTuber at some point. There's like lore. There's deep lore. Good for her. You know what? I'm glad to hear some fucking good news out of this one. That's fantastic. It's like a 1 star. It's a good memory. Truth be told, I don't think about you all that much. My chat brings you up a lot though. So I feel bad to shoot you in the fucking head. But these things, they come and they go. They dirty bomb, they Gotham City imposters. It's one of the better ones, but they come and they go. Honey Pop, you're looking down too far. GTA 4, boom, bang. We might play this very, very soon. I recently got Carmageddon and a lot of the old mods to work. Again, we just played San Andreas a little bit the other day, but I dug down into the 2012 random websites that had some of these old mods. I don't know when. It might not be immediately soon. It might be like 2 weeks. I don't know, but GTA 4, fantastic game. Made tons of videos on it. I don't know. Legendary video game. I think I just need to pass it through at a minimum 3 star. 4.
Shit, I thought Roman was gonna pick me up.
I feel like I've held off the 4 star for the legitimate, like, I already know what some of the top 10 are gonna be. I don't think it's like top material, but it is big game. Halo 2. I remember how excited I was for this game to come out, talking to my friend in the gym class, theorizing about all the changes and the multiplayer, because we had played quite a bit of Halo 1. Halo 1, I did a church lock-in, where they lock you in a church overnight, and you all like play games and like do shit together, like a bunch of people, just so I could play Halo 1 with friends. And then when you get really tired at the end of the night, like 6 a.m., then that's when they start to like make you do shit and take advantage of how reluctant you are to push back on it.
Yep, here they come. Up high.
Yeah, Halo 2. Halo at church? I guess so. I don't know. We just had gaming set up. They had I don't know, even though I can't remember. They had us like writing letters to some, like, I don't know. To Jesus? Potentially. But this game is really fun. I was thinking of playing this recently too. I think for the Halo series, it's the one that is the most memorable to me. Maybe Halo 3 as well. Like, I remember this whole tank sequence and all this. They do have the remasters out now, so like they're a lot easier to play now. Was basically one of the first multiplayer online games, shooters. There was like SOCOM, which I never played, and then Halo 2. So your streamer likes FPS video games. Beat the game on, yeah, I did like collect all the skulls. I did the legendary mode. I did all the things. That's a twofer. That's a 2-starer. Honey Pop. I don't know that I can click on this game. I don't know what video has been chosen for Honey Pop. You know, Ster, why is Honey Pop on this list? I don't know. but I feel absolutely compelled for some reason. I don't know. It was like a big deal when it came out. If you don't know what this game is, it's basically like the first porn game that ever got put on Steam. And there was like a lot of talk about it. And since then, like, dude, this was how many years ago? And I still make jokes about it. It's just a great match 3 game. It's just a really good match 3 game, and it really opened up my eyes to how good match 3 games can be. And you know, without Honey Pop, would I have enjoyed the mobile game 10 million? I don't know. K-pop Demon Hunters.
It's time.
Which I definitely can't have the sound on for. So K-pop Demon Hunters, all right. Here's the reason why this is on the list. This is a video game only list. I originally was saying to Drummer, I thought it'd be funny if these lists were anything. They didn't have to be games, they could be anything. So this is kind of my one holdover, but we talked about this recently in the Backrooms. We were playing the Backrooms. K-pop Demon Hunters was my game of the year because there were no other games that I enjoyed that year. I was like, I'll just fucking give it to K-pop Demon Hunters. There was nothing else that I enjoyed that was like worthy of being like, yeah, dude, game of the year. I can get behind this, guys. Check. There's nothing. I feel like we just had like a super dead year. And I think it was, I would give it to White Knuckle last year, but White Knuckle wasn't technically out. And if I had to give it to another, it was K-pop Demon Hunters. Why? It's a 2-star. You don't even, we don't need to talk about it. Mugenics. Where's that smell coming from? I think Mugenics so far might be my game of the year. I don't, what else has that will come out this year? Again, I said that Into the Breach was like a game of the year for me, and that I don't think Mugenics would exist without Into the Breach. So there's a lot of similar ideas there. We had things like Crown Trick on the in Divinity. It's just like a combination of all of those games that I already like in a very unique package that I don't think anyone has successfully put together in the way that they have. There's a lot that I actually hate about this game. I kind of hate the whole breeding in house. I don't hate it. I think it reaches a point where it's overstayed its welcome and it becomes a little bit too extreme and you get too much out of it. As Ashley has continued to play it and has like 100 hours and her house is like, what the fuck is going on here? I like my roguelikes where you kind of just like are given the base tools and can beat the whole game with it. If you learn enough about the game, like Binding of Isaac, you like unlock stuff, but you kind of just like, there you go, here you go. But overall, the soundtrack of this game is phenomenal. The game's really cool. I'm listening to the soundtrack on the regular. It's hard to say influential because it's new. I think there's like a little bit of hesitancy to put newer stuff on here. Minimum 2 stars. Based on shit I've already given 2 stars, I think it would like, I think Fallout 4 had it, and Mugenics beats that. Again, after this, there's a 1v1 round where like all of the 2 stars eliminate other 2 stars and kind of get promoted. So it'll probably go higher. Minecraft! Chat, you know, Minecraft, hold on, Minecraft. I was gonna skip ahead. Where were you? Everybody knows where they were. When the were hit, and also when they played Minecraft for the first time. Just vibing. There wasn't much even in the game yet when it was the beta version. Just digging fucking holes with a soundtrack that make you want to walk around and dig holes. I was in 5th grade, shit blew my mind. I don't remember. I have to look at the year. What year was Minecraft? What year was Minecraft? 2009? Probably 9 for like the beta. I've been wanting to play something like that. I don't know. I keep always thinking I want to play Minecraft, but never stumble upon what I feel will be like the perfect mod pack to revisit and make a server. But maybe one day I will figure that out. Ow. Night Rain. Let me tell y'all, going back to the Elden Ring opinions, Man, okay, if there's a new Elden Ring 2, I'm kind of hyped. It's the meme where like you get increasingly like more red eyes and what the fuck? If there's an Elden Ring 2, all right. If there's a Night Rain 2, because Elden Ring 2 came out, that's when I wake up. I think I just actually like this so much more. I don't know why even. It's kind of informed by the fact that you already played Elden Ring though, so it's super weird. But it was just so much fun. So many nights were spent playing 3-player co-op of this. It just like distills everything down so quickly. I wish there were more. The DLC for this game fucking sucks. Bad. It is like a 2 out of 10. Because I wish there was just like, they just kept adding more base normal stuff. Few more bosses put in the mix. Another like normal map. Maybe make this map a little bigger, more evolutions. I don't know, but like they went the weirdest way. Dusk Bloods is getting its playtest soon. Also, by the way, I guess, which is like a Night Rain like. We still haven't really seen much gameplay of. Curious about that. Unfortunately, I think that's still only on Switch too, so it's dead to me, probably. I feel like for most games, I could elaborate on why I feel like a game is a great game. I don't know that I can do that with Night Rain. And I don't know why. Especially when I'm comparing it to Elden Ring, which is a great game. Noida, your business. Boom! I really looked forward to this game coming out. Real fun game. I wish it were a little bit less weird. I feel like for me, it's not super replayable because of how weird it is. Though that is kind of the draw for a lot of people. And the weirdness, I mean, it's a roguelike where you go down and there's a final boss at the bottom. But that is like 5% of the game. Because when you go up, or left or right, there's a little bit more game in those directions for some reason. But yeah, super cool concept. I hope... I think this dev team's working on something else. I'm really curious whatever it's going to be, because the whole game is a concept. The pixels, all the like simulation stuff and the wand crafting. There's so much good stuff in here. I think also when it came out was like a really good timing for me. I don't remember exactly what was going on, but I feel like I wanted to take like a break from streaming. I feel like I took like a 2 or 3 month break or something. That might not be true. That's what I remember. And I was kind of worried about coming back, and Noida was the first thing I played coming back, and everyone was really excited for it, and that felt awesome. My friend who I do Wheelie Wednesday stuff with is a Giga Noida fan and watches like all of the content creators that are still going with it and like exploring all the outer world stuff and challenges and stuff. Which I could see the angle of. I would probably enjoy watching and learning about this game more than doing the side quests myself. It's very interesting. I'm gonna give you a 3. Nosgoth! Oh, baby Nosgoth! Cheeseburger, yeah! So, if you guys don't know Nosgoth, because you guys are wrong. If you guys are fucking wrong and you don't know Nosgoth, God, I want to full screen you. This game like predates hero shooters. Everyone was like, dude, there's Overwatch and there's whatever that other one was that came out when Overwatch came out and everyone just started making hero shooters. Nosgoth was before its time, gone too soon. Super awesome game. Battleborn, yeah, Battleborn Paladins, like the whole, everything. I remember like every YouTube creator got paid to play this game. It was one of those like super hashtag ad. Everybody did it. Nobody stuck with it. Asynchronous multiplayer. So like one team is humans, one team is vampires based on the Soul Reaver universe. So you can see like a human point of view here. You're kind of just like looking around and you have to like group together and stay together and make sure you don't get like left for deaded and pulled away. Kind of similar situation. And it's up to the vampires to like completely displace everyone and like get them away from each other. Like individually, the vampires were all really fun to play and well designed and cool and stronger. But if they, like the humans actually grouped up, it was really hard to get at them. It's just a really interesting multiplayer game dynamic. Really cool abilities. There still is there was like a summoner in this that I still fantasize being added to another game all the time. Because you don't really see too many of those concepts being put into like these kinds of shooters. Sounds like Evolve. Yeah, but Evolve was bad. There is a lot more going on in this game. Evolve was always walk from point A to point B to point Z, and then if you do it, you always win. And it's it takes the time to kill on humans is like 6 hours. You're Godzilla stepping on a human. You have to do it like 40 times, like he's a Lego piece. And this was actually had like a really fun back and forth. I don't think this video has any vampire gameplay, but this game has like such a special place in my heart that I bring it up. I bring this shit up like at least once a month on stream. This is my Peter Griffin Family Guy that Germa brings up. Nosgoth, dude. 3 stars. Of all of the Brink slop that's been on here, FPS slop, Nosgoth reigns supreme. And Nuclear fucking Throne. Let's just hit it with a 4-star right away. Nuclear Throne. This is basically before I was a streamer. I like had a Twitch channel, but still was primarily making YouTube videos. All I streamed was Nuclear Throne over and over and over and over again. And Bratz Instagib. So mostly Nuclear Throne. Love this game. The perfect, like, what I talk about that I want out of a roguelike, where it's just you have all of the tools at your disposal. You can win the game on your very first run. You don't really unlock very much, but it still takes people like 10, 20 hours to usually win their first run back in the day, is what a lot of people were telling me. There's so much detail and love put into this game, and secret bosses, and just so good. Such a great game. I'm in the credits. That's cool. We have a video on our channel of me playing with one of the developers who was like cheating and like editing the game files for me to like do super fucked up stuff. It was really fun. Yeah. I like, there's nothing, especially now. For a long time, the main criticism a lot of people had was that it's like 30 FPS only and 4:3 ratio and all that, but there's official versions of it now that have, you know, 120 FPS, all that sorted. There's tons of mods for it that add a ton of content. I think like Binding of Isaac started roguelikes, and I love roguelikes, and I still feel like Nuclear Throne is exactly what I want out of one of them. Like the .2 example of like, these are the things I like, this is why I like them, and you can see them all because Nuclear Throne did it. So 4 stars, easy. Oblivion, The Elder Scrolls, and I'm thinking where this like Oblivion specifically would go. We talked about like Fallout 3 and New Vegas, Fallout 4. I played Oblivion when it came out. I'm kind of remembering right now how this played out. I had never heard of this game before, ever. I've never heard of The Elder Scrolls, and my friend was so excited about this that it was like nearly a like let's camp outside of fucking GameStop to get this immediate. Like, I need this. This is so good. You're gonna enjoy it. I had no idea what it was. And they were right. Very good game. But I still feel like I didn't get it right away until probably years later, with the modding scene developing the way that it did. Like, all of that considered, I don't think that I appreciated it when it came out and like really got it when it came out. I kind of still want to go back and do more. I played with tons of mods over time, in the way that I think like Fallout 4 and Skyrim probably still stand out a lot more to me than Oblivion. I think they at the very least should skip the process of 1v1ing other games. They are all great.
Yes.
I guess at the end we'll see with tier list time. What is this? Dude, this shit looks like a mobile game. Another example of games. Dude, I love so many multiplayer games with 0 player communities. That's my fucking trademark. I love this game so much. It kind of did hit the point where I was like, this game makes me, more than any other game I've ever played in my life, this game makes me too toxic and like frustrates me too much. I feel like I started to have to cut myself off.
You thought you could keep me away?
But I fucking love this game. It's still live, it still gets updates, but the player base is quite small. There's another one where they tried to promote with streamers very heavily early on and nobody stuck with it or really cared. But it's basically just hero shooter Pong. It's really good. It is just like super well designed in everything that it does. Super engaging the whole way. It's just so fun. This game like taught me how much I actually am just default caveman man, like to put ball in net. Which I've never been like too big of like a sports boy. I want sports. Dude, I get so hyped every time I put the ball in the fucking hole. I kind of want to 4-star this game. I feel like this is like a more modern Nosgoth to me. There will never be another game like this. And if there is, I'll immediately know no one's gonna play it. Oh, shit. Well, look right here. Ori and the Blind Forest. I really loved this. We speedran it on the stream for a while. So I've beaten the game actually countless times. I learned all the speedrun routes for it and everything. That whole like era of me doing that, I can barely remember. It feels like a fever dream that I was actually doing that. I remember trying to learn to do one specific skip on the stream for like 4 fucking hours. When did this game come out? What else was I doing? Why was it just Ori? 2013? And then I played Ori 2 and kind of was over it. I think that's another example of what I'm talking about with Elden Ring 2 if it comes out. I loved Ori and the Blind Forest. Ori 2 just felt like the exact same game and I didn't care anymore. And even then, as far as influential goes, my heart is honestly telling me to fucking put it out of its misery and shoot it in the head. OG Overwatch. Original trailer beta gameplay Overwatch is an absolute 4-star banger. That there has been like no more hype time in gaming in my whole life of like meeting people, going to BlizzCon, getting excited about the game, like theory crafting, like watching every single video and just like it's like even anticipating the game coming out was fun and memorable and influential and important. Like not even playing it yet. And man, it's kind of crazy to watch like this older Volskaya gameplay to get that same vibe. And it was such nice ult, you moron. It was such like a shit game in so many weird ways when they were first proposing it, of like not wanting a kill feed, not wanting a field of view slider. There's all these things where just like, I don't know, I feel like I was ignoring what the devs were telling me because I knew they were wrong and were gonna fold on it. But those are like the first cracks you kind of see. And what's to come. Well, man, absolute. I'm not sure, like, in my lifetime, I will ever experience anything else like what it felt like for Overwatch to launch. Like, we have Deadlock coming out. It's not the same. It was just like such a huge hype moment for like everybody. Because back then they were trying to build this, okay, like one person was trying to build the whole narrative of like Quake players versus TF2 players versus Counter-Strike players versus like all of the communities like at one point in time across every game came together, and that's like the coolest thing. That I don't know modern gaming what FPS game could do that again. That is like, that's just not gonna happen again. And if it does, I would love to see it. I would love to see it. It's been a minute. I think even just like the culture of those things changed in the way that, I mean, like BlizzCon in the same way barely exists the way it did back then of that community. And I feel like people don't value those kind of conventions and stuff like that in general. the way that they used to, let alone whatever the game is that comes out. So easy 4-star. Overwatch 2. Shoot it. I really like this game, and I think people still, I say it all the time, underestimate how many people still really like this game and how many players it has is actually like, I don't know, if we line up all the stats, we don't have the amount of players that are on Battle.net, but it has to be like one of the most played like current multiplayer game. Still, it's like top 10 on Steam sometimes, and we don't include the Battle.net numbers where it originally came from. And then you'll look at talk to any person, any chat, anytime, and it's like, this game sucks, everyone hates it. Like, no. And I think like for Overwatch 2, it has been lately, and here and there, it like hits its bumps where it is in some of the best game states it's been in a long time. People just really like to hate it a lot. And I get it. I'm not saying I don't know where that's coming from, but it is. You wouldn't have so many haters if there weren't so many people playing it, I guess. It's like no one is so adamant about Valorant. No one's like, yeah, I fucking hate Valorant. Yeah, we don't care if you hate Valorant. That's why we're not hearing about it. Who doesn't hate Valorant? But this game, it's in a weird spot for me. There is like a genuine, I really regret how much time I spent playing Overwatch after like the first year or two and into Overwatch 2. I wish I had like done something else. But at the same time, sometimes like even lately we've played quite a bit of Overwatch over the last like week or two. I just enjoy it. Regret? Well, I mean, it's like, I don't know. It's just like the first year everything was super hype and exciting. Maybe first 2 years. And I just wish I would have like done more variety with streaming and stuff after that point. There was a lot of like hoping things were going to be different with the game, and I don't know. It is definitely, yeah, no, nowadays it is a guilty pleasure for sure. Because everyone acts like they hate it, and then I do an Overwatch stream, and it's always been the case that everyone in chat is saying they hate it, and then you look at the viewers and it's like 50-80% higher. And it's okay. Still a 4. Paladins. I mean, I think this goes in the category of FPS slop. There have been plenty of times, and I stand by it, where I would say Paladins was the better game than Overwatch. But does that mean that it was more influential to me? Not really. It was just fun. Art system was so good. I mean, a lot of the things that have made Overwatch better over the last couple years came like nearly 1-to-1 from Paladins, and if they weren't 1-to-1, they should have been. And for everyone who hasn't played this game in like a long time, I don't know if they like shut the servers down now. Like very recently, I think it had like, they announced they were stopping development or something. Yeah, this is 10 years ago footage. This is not New Paladins. A lot of people don't know that New Paladins is even any different than, it's like an entirely different game. They had like a full genuine Paladins 2 moment, but it 1 star. We hit the P's. Greatest game of all time, they're saying. I'm really thinking, like, I don't know, if you know my channel, you know how much I love this game, so I don't feel like I need to reiterate it. But the new League comes out on Friday next week. Gonna be playing it. Probably will end up being like a top 3. I don't know what endorsement I could give other than that. It's probably the most time that I've played any game in my life. It's probably my most played game. I don't have my actual game hours because I don't play it through Steam and it doesn't track it through the client quite exactly. I've been playing it since like the early beta days when Act 3 or Act 2, like yeah, Act 3 was the end of the game. I still remember watching the initial trailer of it being like shown way back when on Total Biscuit's channel for the very first time, and immediately getting super hyped just from seeing the waves on the beach is like a clear memory. It's just how much I loved Diablo 2 and have been waiting for like a proper sequel, and to like be able to see in this game that the devs like understood what it was supposed to be from the very beginning, and they have continued to be some of the best developers like in the world across all games. Genuinely can easily say that the game, this game and PoE 2 remain free with how many updates they get and how much they can fit into one update. That even if it wasn't like my favorite genre wasn't action RPGs, I think their dev team, you have to, like, if you see what they're doing, it's crazy. That they are releasing the patches that the size that they are every 3 to 4 months for, well, it depends. But still, for 2 different games, crazy shit. And then Path of Exile 2 being new, I think 1.0 is gonna, I mean, 1.0 is this year, should be December this year. I don't know if it shouldn't bleed into January, so PoE 2 is probably just my game of the year this year. I was saying Mugenix earlier, but PoE 2 is gonna come out, so it's PoE 2. It's really shaped up over the last couple of patches. The current patch is really good. If you're on the fence of waiting for it, I would still wait for 1.0. It's going to be free when 1.0 comes out as well, so you don't have to like worry about getting a key in their current situation. But this patch, which last patch I didn't think was very good, and I leveled like 5 characters to 90, and same thing, this patch was really good, and I leveled every single class in the game to like 80 or 90 again, except Monk this league. It's shaping up real good. It's starting to finally win out as like I'm more excited for PoE 2 than PoE 1. So it is like 1 and 2 favorite games of all time. What else you gotta say? Pillars of Eternity, the other PoE? PoE 3? What the fuck? Holy shit, the lineup. I think this was just like my first CRPG, and it kind of blew my mind in that way. Same way, I don't know, I had already played Dragon Age Origins.
Hear any sign of that storm?
It's hard to remember, like some of these games make you feel. You feel a certain way of intrigue when you're playing them and you're gaming. I feel like I lose them over time, but this game was like really special for a first playthrough. But I think my adoration for it has since been replaced with other games like Divinity Original Sin 2. And that if I think of CRPG, this is like quite a few pegs down the list nowadays. I think, here's how I'm gonna put this. I think there's a certain degree of games where you'll be like, what was most influential? And it's like, what was nostalgic when I was playing way back then, what I spent a lot of time in. I think that I a little bit more quickly replace nostalgic things with newer things that are better than maybe the average Joe. So if there is something that I really used to fucking adore 10 years ago, but like I start playing something way better, I kind of just like mentally like move on and don't think about it all that much. Good way of going about it. Yeah, like, so even for how much Team Fortress 2 I played, and is obviously going to be like a number, like wherever it ends up most influential, there still is a huge degree of like that I moved on and has been replaced with like, I play every fucking FPS that is even remotely like that game. And then I just don't think about them as much, even though, I mean, TF2 is like an outlier of like how influential it has been for me and how good it is. But I think with something that I think about less often, like Pillars of Eternity, I loved this game.
Where'd that slime
But current state, looking back and where it's pairing against other stuff, like it's off the list. It's kind of sad. What's sad? You left K-pop Demon Hunter in? Okay, so you're only saying that because you haven't seen the movie and you don't understand. You would get it if you were a fucking Demon Slayer. Quake 4. This might be the first video game I ever streamed. It may have been Diablo 2 Median XL, but there's also like, I don't know the timeline exactly, but this might actually be the first game I ever streamed. On livestream.com to some friends. It was also the first Quake game I ever played, so I know a lot of the Quakers, the OG Quakers, from the Oats carton. Do not like this game very much because it really is very derivative from what Quake originally was. That might not be the right word for it, but you know what I'm saying, I hope. I really enjoyed it. I had a really good time with it. I had a really good time with the multiplayer, but I think I didn't have to see it through the lens of like having played Quake Arenas and stuff. Kind of in this weird era where they were like remaking Doom and remaking Quake and giving it this like weird horror vibe. Like flashlights and 3D models and shit. There's one stage in this game that I remember being so scared to actually walk through that I crouch walked around the corners of the map the whole level, and there was nothing in it and the exit was right there. It could have taken 3 seconds, but it took probably 8 minutes. I don't know how old I was whenever this came out for that to be the case. But I feel like since that point, I have not, like, I don't know, horror games haven't bothered me like that. It's fucking Quake, man. Quake 4 scared the shit out of me for some reason. There's one weird room where there's a giant pulsing beating heart and it's just so dark you can't see anything. I think I was 22. I may have been. But no. Oh. 'Cause I was already... I don't... That doesn't sound right. This is a solid 1 star. Because it's scared. I would give it 2, but it scared me too much. I don't want to see it. Rats Instinct. I've said this before and I will say it again and I will say this forever. There was a solid... Dude, this field of view. There was a solid 1 or 2 months where the only thing I streamed was Rats Instagib. I was still primarily at that time doing YouTube more than streaming, but still. How did I do that? We just had like the same people playing every day. Like viewers, here's the Rats lobby, let's fucking go. I think Jerma has a video of me and him playing it together on his channel, and then I just never fucking stopped. You can barely even tell what's going on in this video. It's Quake railgun only. One shot, you kill someone, one movement. This FOV is fucking it up. How influential is Rats Instagib? Probably negatively influential, but more than like Pillars of Eternity that I just deleted. I can't erase Rats Instagib. Come on. I like when you do your own tier list about your own life and people are fucking like, come on! Like upset about it. Like, sorry guys, Rats, I'm not happy about it. But Rats Instagib is not the life I chose. It is the life that I lived. It just happened to me. Rogue Legacy. I think I need to play more 2D platformers. I think we were playing one recently. And remembering that I enjoy them a lot. This also ended up on our random list of games that we speedran, which always happen to have RNG elements and should not be speedran. I had the world record in this game for a few minutes before someone else coincidentally also posted a video that was a little faster than mine. It was very fun to learn. Enjoyed this. There's a weird bit of like, I think me saying that I should play more 2D stuff because I forget what it was I played recently and I was like, man, this is like feels natural. I feel like I'm doing good. Kinda, I think, was all foundationally built on playing this game for as much time as I did. Great game. You're gonna get 1 star. Satisfactory. Long play part 1. We love a long play part 1. Satisfactory is one of those video games where I think playing them genuinely can like change you as a person. I know that Poke played this and he said it, which made me really think about this. Poke played it, was like, dude, it's like crazy. So like I'm thinking about things like differently. Like whenever I look at something, I think about like, you know, the efficiency and like where this is gonna go and that's gonna go. I heard him just randomly talking about it on stream one day. And I played it a lot later than he did and kind of felt the same way afterwards. Is like, it just kind of like warps your brain into seeing a different perspective of things that I think is kind of cool. There's one other game on this list. Like, if we're talking influence, changed my, like, I don't know if you, I don't want to call it like personality, but there's like a core functional process in the brain that a video game changed. It would be this, comes to mind immediately, and White Knuckle. Because there's a couple times where I really think the amount of panic that you have in White Knuckle when things go wrong has been deleted from my brain. It's like early on, if you watch a new player, or when I was a new player, because I was watching someone new to the game recently, they see that like the mass is rising or something's going to get them, they freak out and they jump off and they fall and they instant die on something they easily could have done. Where I know that I used to have that too. But now whenever I play the new content and I get into a situation where it's like, oh shit, I like that whole like panic response that makes you lose is completely gone. And it's like partly because you're more confident because you have more time in the thing, but I think it has like genuinely transferred over to my initial reaction and things that are like I'm not ready for in other ways. It's just like a created, we're talking like influential. White Knuckle's funny because like literally influenced in my life how much an unexpected thing will cause panic or how I react to it. Because how much like I've speedran that game and gotten used to it. It's funny. But anyway, I think the same way about Satisfactory, which is a small aside to say that this game, whenever it officially came out, which I think was 2024 or 2023, I still bring it up because I'm mad about it. This was my game of the year, and it was not in the Game Awards in any way. It was not mentioned. It was not an honorable mention. It was not on a list. It did not get brought up one time, and this is one of my favorite games ever, of all time. This game is like a technological fucking marvel that it works in the first place, and it's amazing. Like, it's just fun and addicting. And it's like, the Game Awards, how could you not... Best ongoing, I think best ongoing game that year was Helldivers 2, which had only been out for 6 months. And this game has been in early access for like years and years and just officially released and not a fucking peep. I'm still mad. There's nothing that, you know, next Game Awards, they will need him to come on stage and apologize for never having brought up Satisfactory. Is the only way I'm going to get over it. Where are we at? Oh god, the Shoot Mania Storm. The fact that we both have to have this on our lists. Me, Germa, and I think it was Incredible Orb played this as part of a sponsorship that we got flown out to E3 to play it way back whenever this released. On Team YouTube Money was the name of our team. I guess that was probably the first time I don't know like how well I knew Germa at that point. It was definitely the first time we met for reals. And it was a cool trip. It was a fun trip to go on. Yeah, first date. Still been trying to get pregnant, but first date was fun. I like this game. I actually really do like this game a lot too. I think I was kind of already at that point where I know it's inevitable that no one's really going to keep playing this after an amount of time. I liked this. It was just such it's more about the trip that we went on and everything surrounding that release that puts it on here to be influential, for like that trip to at least be worth 1 star. Beep boop. Skyrim. Ba ba bum ba ba bum ba ba bee boop boop boop. This game is so good that it would make you not ever release Half-Life 3. I mean, Elder Scrolls 6. When you make a game that's so good you can't make a sequel, to this day it's still like a constant like I wish I could set up mods and like we could do a playthrough or we could do something with it. There's so many, the modding scene is bigger than any game that's like ever been fucking made. I don't know what you need me say. One day we'll do another permadeath. When I build up the courage to sort a mod loading order. I feel like every time I go to mod this game, it's like I need to set aside like 2 days. 1 to set it up and 1 to debug it.
Pretty much anything to suit.
But fantastic game. Slay the Spire. I don't know how I feel about this. completely disinterested in the new game, but there was quite a while where like card game roguelike was the greatest shit ever. I probably have 200 hours in Slay the Spire. Or similar. I feel like it's like not crazy influential, but at a bare minimum, like should battle something else. I don't know. It's like, it feels like an honorable mention. Smite. I think early days of Smite is the one thing that I might be able to like compare to a small percentage of how I described the early days of Overwatch or initially releasing. There was just something about the early days of this game that felt so unique. It was a bare minimum 2 stars. It just was so fun at the time. And so novel. It was still like the beginning of MOBAs, and it hadn't been like overdone to death, and there was so much to like explore here. Watching this gameplay, which I don't know how old, this is Joust, right? Oh, this is Joust. I don't know how old this gameplay is. There's something about this. I know what it is. That this looks more appealing to me than Deadlock at the moment. I think I was talking about it the other day. Deadlock currently has this design where like every single thing has an exception, is as convoluted as possible. And I generally appreciate the design that's a little bit more like, it's more straightforward, a little bit more easy, like you're not jumping across skyscrapers and shit. As much as I love movement shooters and stuff, the simplicity of Smite made the like mastery of it feel more rewarding. Sometimes like how much Deadlock I've played and streamed, I don't know if I'm improving. I can point to like, okay, I learned how to do edge boosting is an improvement, but there's just this vague like, we could win or lose based on any number of factors, and I don't know what the fuck it is. Someone else did something at some point, like one dynamo ult comes in. Something about Smite always felt like, maybe I just knew less at the time, more back and forth and moment to moment engaging. Love Smite. I also, as I mentioned earlier, for a while did just like hate watch dev updates because it did at a certain point take like a negative turn for me as well. And even looking back on Smite, I loved the domination mode more than the MOBA mode by a lot. And I was really sad to see that get removed, which was just like battlefield capture points. Oh, fucking Christ, mate. Oh, that like hit me in the heart. Strike Vector. Dude. This is the original. I only love games that die. Before I knew that I only loved games that die. I didn't know yet. So like it hit so much harder how little anyone gave a shit, because I was like, this game's fucking amazing, everyone's gonna be into this. But then even then they did like a minor little remaster of the game, and it like felt so much worse than I'd remembered, which is crazy because it was like an updated version. I did make a video about this, yeah. I actually had dinner with 2 of the developers of this game after PAX East. They like had my number for some reason. We like just met up afterwards and ate. The concept, I think it was the concept artist of this game, who's gone on to do a ton of shit. I see his art all the time. And I can't remember one of the other like main developers for some reason. Well, at that time, I guess I probably was like the only person making like content. I was streaming this all the time. I only made like, think 1 or 2 videos, maybe 3, but I did stream it all the time. I ate the concept artist. I wish. It was a place in Boston because I lived in Boston at the time when it was PAX East, and I recommended we go to a spot, and I still, thinking back, feel slightly bad at how busy it was, how impossible it was to get a seat, and how hard it seemed to have been for them to get there. If you don't know it, it's just PvP spaceships. But the flying is like felt very rewarding to learn. If you crash into a wall, you insta-die type stuff. But you can also like stop your thrusters and just slow down and aim rather than fly. There's like a very, yeah, like that. Very unique kind of movement shooter. Strike Vector, special place in my heart on 3 stars. Tactical intervention. I have 1 or 2 or 3 YouTube videos on this. There are a couple moments in these videos that are, it is the hardest I have ever laughed, and it is the hardest the individual people I played with have ever laughed. It was just, this game is so fucking stupid. It was promoted as being really serious too, which is the thing about it that I think contrasts really well, is that it's from the inventor, the original creator of Counter-Strike, comes tactical intervention. Like another, like, oh dude, like, take this shit serious, Counter-Strike. And you get in this game, and fucking NPCs are throwing up and running around shitting themselves. Not exaggerating. The driving, there's levels where you drive a car to like police chase people down. If you like go back, watch some of these older tactical intervention videos on my YouTube channel if you haven't seen them. Thinking about them, this game is so funny. They really are still some of like the hardest I've laughed in my life. And this just looks like normal shooter. It isn't. It really, it tries to make you think it's a normal game. I'm like just laughing thinking back on it. That's a 3-star for me. Tactical intervention is fucking legendary. For all of the wrong reasons. I like want to watch those videos again.
Entertained gift.
Yeah, it is uniquely in its own comedy genre that nothing will ever match what this has done. Team Fortress 2, game's shit, right? Obviously, TF2 is a minimum decade of my life of all I did was Team Fortress 2. And that's what you need to say. That's what you need to say. There's a gun to my head. That's what you gotta say. That's what they're telling me. Dude, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. It is what it is. I think the only thing left to like decipher is where it goes on the top 10, top 5. And the only thing after that to figure out is when this MVM update is supposed to be, because they said it was going to be a year ago. And I'm still waiting. Top 1. If I had to guess, a preemptive guess before like it's all there and it's easier to visualize. If we're talking influence, it's really hard to make the argument that it's not number 1. It's just hard to. Like, even my heart says like Path of Exile, but like, no. It's most likely just gonna be number 1. Still the GOAT. Still been thinking about playing recently. We played a few years ago. Like 2 years ago? Feels like that was just yesterday as well. But it's such a hassle these days. Dude, even in this video, are we getting an aimbot? As I'm about to say this, it's so hard to play this game that when I was playing a few years ago, I had to have my own server set up and like our own community and our own like map rotation and our rules, and like it is so much more than like I'm gonna boot up this game and play it. It's like a whole ordeal with the way things are. Yeah, they got rid of all the bots generally. I think all the aim bots are gone. We made a video about that as well. Yeah, fantastic game. They're telling me I have to say this. I don't know why I said that. It just, sometimes the worst thing in my head sounds the funniest. Like, I know there's someone in chat that's like, oh, I wonder what he's going to say about TF2. Like, I love TF2. I want to hear like nostalgia and remember it. They're telling me I have to. Oh, guys, I don't know about this one. There was a blog update. Oh, I hadn't seen it. We wanted to give you an update. Still working on the updates. Taking a lot longer to sort through the new content and changes than we originally anticipated. Okay. All right. I mean, whenever it happens, we're gonna stream it and we're gonna play it. Probably number 1 to no one's surprise is all I can say. Holy shit, Tenarsha. Sometimes you scroll down and I'm like, I'm doing them left to right, but I kind of have to like jump ahead, especially because it feels relevant to the stuff we were talking about relatively recently of yet another random, what's the word? I want to say, I'm mixing up like two words and creating a new word in my head. Self-asphyxiation. Fixation. Fixation. It's random fixation of a platformer game. I enjoyed playing this game so much and like getting better at speedrunning it. I remember, fuck you, you suck. I was playing it on an airplane as a distinct memory, getting it on a laptop and be like, I don't know what I'm gonna do on a plane. I'm gonna fucking bust out Tenarsha. Also in Boston, had lunch with the developer of this game as well. A lot of Boston developer lunchtimes. I don't, it's been so long. I might be in the credits. There might be some sort of skin at some point. I don't know. This game was just fun. Played a lot of it. I'm just occasionally randomly that's what I was saying, hyper fixated person who cares about your game more than anyone else. Terraria, 4 stars. Terraria, one of the greatest games of all time. And I historically ruined it for Jerma. To this day, he refuses to play this game and says that it wouldn't be fun. I think that there is a high chance that when I am 90 years old, in a bed with all the IV drips in my arms and whatever the technology is like keeping me alive or killing me or whatever, that the two things could be true. Terraria could be releasing its final update next week and I could still want to play it. This game is like timeless. There's at any random point in life, it's like I could do a Terraria run. Yeah, why not? This sounds awesome. Horseman Terraria? Me and Poke played it together fairly recently when the newest update came out. So we kind of had half a Horseman Terraria. I flooded the world with lava. It was a good time. Poke was upset about it until he realized I wasn't cheating. He thought I was cheating. But I vacuumed, piped all of the lava from hell to the sky and created a giant obstacle for everyone. That was my contribution. Oh, and if you didn't see it, I made Saddam Hussein's lair. It was really good. I'm really proud of that. That was some of my best work. Good shit. But yeah, no. One of the greatest games of all time. Very fun. Could play it whenever. Like I was saying, like, this just... I don't know. It's Terraria. The Sims 4 featuring Gorbo, God, I have Gordo on the brain. Gorbo Grandman. I think looking back, we have some videos on my channel of a character named Gorbo Grandman, if you don't know. They were weird videos to make, but they were really fun. Because to a degree, it's like a scripted what this character did following his life. And then also, especially in the second one, because there was 2 videos. The second one was a lot of just like watching and trying to contextualize and make a video out of what the character did. And I like didn't have that much influence over it. But it was still weird. It was fun. They were very fun videos to make. So I think Sims 4 in my mind stands out for those of all of the Sims games because I spent a lot of time on those. I think growing up, Sims 2 would be peak. But I ultimately ended up playing more of Sims 4. Are we on Sims 5 now? Or is Sims 4 like bloatware where there's 7 million DLCs for $100 each? Or we're still Sims 4? Okay. I kind of want to play one again. Something as timeless as building house. Game where you build house. TF2! I have occasionally said Titanfall 2 for me is of all of these random bro shooters I guess we have on this list, is my favorite FPS campaign of all time. Probably now beaten by Ultra Kill, which I haven't played the last couple zones of, but Titanfall 2 single player is very good. I've beaten it multiple times, and it's short to the point. I think I need FPS campaigns to be kind of short. The more levels that do get added to Ultra Kill, I kind of Anytime I play one of these boomer shooters that I enjoy, I lose patience after a couple hours. Unless it's like really, really good and mixing things up. Titanfall multiplayer, very fun. Love this game. I think it's like a 1-star though. I don't know. It's not crazily influential. It's just fun. It's just good. I just wish they didn't make Apex Legends. Torchlight Infinite. So here's the deal with Torchlight Infinite. Number one, it has absolutely nothing to do with the Torchlight series that you know. Nothing. It's just the title. I don't know how they got the name, and the franchise has nothing to do with it. Part 2. It was originally a Chinese mobile game, and they accidentally made a really good game, so they kept developing it. Is the best that I could describe it. That may not be like technically true, but it's basically true. At the time that they released Torchlight Infinite, I was saying it was a genuine competition to Path of Exile, which is like, obviously we talked before, is going to be like a top 5 on my list easily, top 2, top 1, whatever it is. In this game, for a while, its updates were better than PoE 1. It was improving on every single thing that PoE 1 did. And I kept saying, like, if they keep this trajectory, give it like 3 seasons, it's just going to be a better game. However, we are in present day, and this game came out like 2 or 3 years ago now, so there's been a lot of time. And guess the best way to explain to it now is the Chinese market of people who play this game is more popular than the people who play it in the West. So they cater to the Chinese market, and the Chinese market wants some really weird shit in the game. We had 1 season that was like peak. It was at its absolute best. And everybody like kind of agrees that like the drop rates felt good, everything felt good. And then next season they were like, well, our Chinese players, like they literally said this in their interviews, like we're not avoiding the subject. Our Chinese players got through the content too quickly, so we built a bunch of time gates and we lowered drops. So now the game is kind of tedious, and it has been that way for like a year or so. And it's kind of sad because there was a point in time where like this legitimately was like, I might have even said at one point like game of the year for me, Torchlight Infinite might have been a thing in like 2023. And still I would say some of their league designs are like far and above better than what PoE was doing that are still in their game. But it's just, it's hard to describe, but it like really lost something special to me. And it's still a good game. And I still, there's a new season came out like last week, so it's still getting tons of updates. And I still keep sort of holding out that it's gonna shift back in the other direction at some point. I think the dev team is working on a new game that is more Western, we'll say Western friendly, because that's kind of how they describe it too. A lot of people don't like how it looks like a mobile game and it plays this way and the UI is weird and all this stuff, but like they might be making another one and I'm optimistic for it. But still fairly an influential game to me in terms of this list. I got really into it at the start of a new season, which is like every 3 or 4 months. They have leaderboards for who is like the first to kill the endgame boss. And they like do it per class. I did it like, got first like 6 times in a row. Like I was putting in time. I was putting in work. But now it's, now I don't want to. So I love this game. I don't like where it's been heading recently, but I'm kind of hopeful that they can figure it out, or they make a new game that solves all of the issues. I am the Steam review that tells you that this is not a good game. I am him. This game sucks. I would not recommend it to my enemies. However, let's go through a few points. Number one, that playtime is not all legitimate. I had a lot of fun in this game, the way I talked about Ragnarok before, of like selling items with your merchant. I set up a bot in this game and it was really fun to run the bot. It was more fun to run the bot than it was to play the actual game. You caught me. So like I have a lot of playtime, but there is a decent chance, like 700 hours, I did not play the video game. At least. Point 2. Slowly over time, they sped up the rates in the game. Originally, when the game initially launched, there's like max level was like 250, and it took your entire lifespan to get there. And it was really unfun. But over time, they kind of eased up on that. And they actually still update this game. This game's quite old. I still see in my Steam feed sometimes, like, oh, we added a new class to the Tree of Savior. There is like a core good game here to this game, but it's like kind of the same way Torchlight is like just incredibly mismanaged, and it could so easily be like a 10 out of 10 amazing correct sequel to Ragnarok. Like if there were custom servers for it or something to salvage it, like Ragnarok kind of had to have happen also. But it's one of those Korean MMOs where the best players on the server have plus 30 swords. The way that you get plus 30 swords is like you throw a shit ton of fucking money at a weapon, and if its upgrade process ever fails, it goes back down to plus 10, and the success rates are like 0.5%. You know what I mean? Like just total bullshit. And then it was originally made to have like, oh, you do a quest in this zone, then you move to this zone, you do quest, which Ragnarok never was, and it kind of got boiled down to just farming in zones to level, which is chill. However, I will say we only have like for some reason like a 1-minute video on this game. The soundtrack is phenomenal. I still listen to it all the time. The like almost every zone in this game has a great soundtrack. It's the same as Ragnarok. I believe the same people made half of it, and then some other people made half of this one, and it's all really good. Both games, phenomenal soundtracks. This game's art, I fucking love. I think everything in this game looks really cool. That it is like an incredible evolution of what Ragnarok looked like and was. It has a really cool class system where it's like branching trees. Like you start as a wizard, and then there's a tier 2 where you have like 5 choices. And then a tier 3 where you have like 5 choices. And I don't know, there's just like a whole bunch of mix matching of classes you can do, where the character builds in this feel like way better than most MMOs. It has so many good things. But ultimately, this long roundabout story that I'm telling you is that it does not live up to that. I like fully understand how I spent so much time in this, but it still gets the negative Steam review. I still like love it to a degree. 2 stars. The love-hate relationship of this game, man. Tribes Ascend! Exclamation point arena. Dude, all I play is shooters. Oh my fucking god. I personally, for the Tribes series, feel like Tribes Ascend and the original Star Siege Tribes are the only good games. There's a lot of spin-offs. There's Midair. There's been a ton of people trying to make these. Tribes Ascend was fantastic. If you have followed any trend from this list, if you've paid attention, Dirty Bomb is dead. Gotham Imposters, dead. Brink, dead. All of these shooters are dead. But for some reason, whenever Tribes Ascend is brought up in like gaming circles or Reddit or whatever, Tribes Ascend is still pointed to as like, why did Hi-Rez let this game die? They ruined it. When there is no fucking possible way in this universe that people would continue playing Tribes Ascend. It's just not something that Hi-Rez has fucking control over. Fuck Hi-Rez. This game was really good. I think people were mad at a certain point that like some stuff was paid that they felt like shouldn't have been. I can't even remember quite what it was. That they were released like weapon packs that had like some paid stuff. I don't know. I can't remember. But like how long this game lasted was above average for the type of game that it is. This gameplay is really fucking depressing. Yeah, it was fun. The Tribes 4 thing recently. I love the Tribe series, but very rarely do they actually get a good game that lasts more than 1 week, and this is one of them. Ultra Kill, we were just talking about a second ago. I have not played the newest 2 or 3 zones, Fraud and whatnot, but still, it's an early access still. But I can confidently say, like, best single player shooter there is. And I have a lot of stupid shooter stuff on this list. And after you've played all of those, you end up with Ultra Kill. And you can keep playing and enjoying Ultra Kill. I worry that it's getting to the point where it's too long, though I haven't played the new stuff to even know. But like, yeah, like I said, there's a lot of these kind of shooter games where I'll love it, and it just starts to feel like so tedious towards the end, and you just like keep power creeping new weapons and new stuff, and I like need a break. But I'm waiting till 1.0 to play it again, and then we'll see.
How can this be?
But minimum 2 stars. I would honestly, if it's not on the tier list at the end, I'd be sad, so I'm gonna give it 3. It deserves it, but it also isn't done, and it's in a little bit of a weird spot in that regard. We have that character. We got one of those. Where is it?
Jesus answered, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. $6 shrimp special!
That's that guy. That's that guy from Ultra Kill. Warframe! What is this picture, by the way? She a little slimy.
Gift because of victory.
Getting close to 6 years, Ster.
I could have saved it, but they
You want my full take on Warframe?
maybe it's not.
I think it's visible on my channel. There's like a 4-minute video I have of Warframe that to this day is completely accurate in how I feel about it. And I think that video is like 8 years old or some shit. Love the game. Wish there was more to do in it at like endgame. If Warframe had seasonal resets like Path of Exile and progression that matched that, I'd still be playing it every season like PoE. Like that resetting of seasons is so important of a game mechanic to me in like action RPGs that cannot be understated how like important that is. That's why I go back and talk about like Titan Quest didn't quite get it, but Path of Exile did. It is completely the difference of like infinitely just having shit forever in Warframe versus seasonal resets would be so fun. That like one of my dream games is basically, we could say Risk of Rain 2 or Warframe plus Path of Exile would be ideal. And that game is called Anthem, and holy shit, what a great game that was. Warframe gets a 3 from me. I think just generally too, a lot of respect for the free-to-play games like as old as Warframe that have stuck around and remained relevant as long as they have. I don't know. It's just a few weird missteps. I have like 400, 500 hours of playtime in this, and I feel like a few things having been a little different, it could have been, you multiply that by like 10.
You will join us.
Is kind of a miracle. I don't think it's a miracle though. I think it's just like you keep your dev team and you keep them around and you keep working and you have a vision that you believe in, rather than like AAA studio lays everybody off after a year. Like for the true Anthem comparison, there's no reason Anthem couldn't have been, other than the engine it was built on, which actually it might be a good argument there. Besides the engine it was built on, like if you stuck to something shitty long enough, it becomes good. Warframe's launch was abysmally bad, but like similar to PoE, Path of Exile was all, I could not understand why people played Path of Exile for like the first 2 or 3 years of it. Maybe 2 for sure. Like when dock farming was all that there was, people still played it. but they were like, no, this is our game. We're going to keep working on it. It's going to be good. And then they are the only people in the world like specifically specialized in making exactly like this thing. Warframe outliving Destiny is crazy. Warframe feels so good to play. I think just with the infinite time that you have to level your character, they did just at some point run out of new things players could possibly do. Where they started releasing like gigantic Gundams the size of Earth that you have to fight on the open world. It's like, okay. And then people already have their characters ready, so they like do it immediately. And then that's that. White Knuckle. I said it before, but I want to say it again. If we're talking influential, this game influenced my brain permanently on not panicking and like addressing situations. This game's awesome. I'm gonna say some shit. I'm gonna hit you with I was thinking about this the other night when I was thinking about like, oh, I'm gonna do this stream and eventually I'm gonna talk about White Knuckle because I was playing it the other day too. This game to me is like a generational brilliance that people kept recommending to me, like other climbing games, because it's like, oh dude, you like White Knuckle, you should try like this other climbing game. I think White Knuckle is like Half-Life 1 was when it was released. Like the hand mechanics and the inventory mechanics and just like how things are set up are the kind of thing that Valve would want as a sequel to Half-Life 2 to like completely change how you expect to play like an FPS game. Like it is, you could do anything you want with the foundation of this game that they have, and it would be fantastic in a way that like no one else is doing it. They have the funny little seasonal events that they do that kind of explore other mechanics, which I would say is another like really good sign of design. That it's similar. This is the Path of Exile podcast, but they talk very often about how like because they're a seasonal game, they can just try stupid shit every 3 months and not have it be the end of the world. They can try and incorporate what would PoE be like if it was also a tower defense kind of thing. I feel like White Knuckle foundationally is the same thing where you could do so much with this because it is such like a core generationally like brilliant simple setup. And obviously we've streamed a ton of this and it's super influential to me. I don't know if it's gonna have like that level of reach because it is an indie game, but I feel like if a big developer released something like this or there were that kind of attention on it, that it would be like, oh yeah. You know how like when Breath of the Wild came out and every single game had the green stamina circle as you climb walls forever? I feel like White Knuckle is on that level of if people were paying attention, we would have Knuckle likes. It's still like the game's still like newish, but this guy's not good at it. Also, let's see your first gameplay. All of that praise being said, let us all remember that I closed the game and wanted to quit it in the tutorial. I still love watching new players play the game too. Like I was very recently, Hotashi was doing his first playthrough, and just to see how people approach things for the first time, I love this game. I think it is still new enough that it's weird to put new things on the list, like I've been saying for a few, and like how influential was something that is relatively new, but I think that given everything I just said, I'm going to think about this game for a long time. Like nothing has been quite what White Knuckle is. Streamer, return. Where were we? Bloodborne. I think it is very safe to say that I would have never tried to make, before even Myriad, I wouldn't have never done any Dungeons and Dragons campaigns and made them myself if I hadn't played Bloodborne. I think I got giga inspired to do some stuff after Bloodborne. And this game is... everything about this game is cool. It is like my favorite aesthetic. It is the best FromSoft game. No, it's just fuck. Super influential, and it's like just one of the best games ever. That will never, and I quote, never be remastered. Ever. But when it is, that'll be an awesome day. I will fucking buy whatever console it is on. I will buy whatever console it is on when they try and sell this shit like they did Demon Souls just to play Bloodborne. Fine. I won't be able to not do that. Potentially a top fiver. This song also playing top fiver. Dude, he's cheating. You can't beat him. You can't beat Ludwig. Oh, fun fact. Technically speaking, I have never beat Bloodborne. It may be top 5 on my list, but I never actually beat the final boss. I got to, what's his name? What is he actually titled as in the game? The flesh baby on the beach in the DLC, Orphan of Kos. Yeah, I got to that, fought it like 3 times, and was like, I guess I'm done. But I think at that point I had already seen like speedrunners fight it and stuff, and like I don't know. Sometimes I just get to the end of the games and I feel like fulfilled. I do want to play the game again though. Kos is like one of the hardest, and also it's at the end of a long game. I did the exact same thing in Sekiro for the final boss, which is like if I'm ever to lose any amount of aura or gamer cred, it is I gave up at the end of Bloodborne and Sekiro both. Amazing game. I think if I had to take the mind erasing juice, like the choice where you can take the mind erasing juice to play one game again, start to finish, that you like can't remember, it would be Bloodborne. Crazy to give up on Sekiro's final boss. I also want to make it clear that I did not give up because I couldn't beat it. I didn't even fight the boss. I did not even do it. Oh no, it's worse than that. I kind of didn't vibe with Sekiro. There's a lot about it I didn't like. I think conceptually as a whole game, I think Genichiro, the whole owl fight, is like really good and well done. There's a couple spots that are really well done. But Sekiro's not on this list. There's a reason. It was okay. I enjoyed it as a game, but I know I don't vibe with it. Randomly, months after the release, there was like a Twitch automated sponsor to play the game. Like, oh, dude, play Sekiro for this amount of time. I did that. I was already at the end of the game. I did it for the amount of time. I didn't beat the boss. I closed it. So it's actually, that feels so much worse to say than I gave up at the final boss. I was like, I know what, actually I was already done at that point. There was like another hour or two to get there. Anyway, EDF, Earth Defense Force. Love this game. Did me and Jerma have videos of me playing this, or did we just play it and have a great time? I think he has a video. I think Earth Defense Force 4 is the one that stands out to me the most. The ones beyond this barely even feel that different. Earth Defense Force was also the first Horseman game that we did. We did Lethal Company, if I'm not mistaken. And then I guilted everyone to play this with me because it was my birthday. And then the rest is history, that I bound us together through the power of birthday gaming. So Horsemen have my intense desire to play EDF with other people probably to blame. I would love one day to have like a full new from scratch EDF, but they're not that kind of studio. 3 stars. Guilty Gear Strive. I actually kind of forgot this was on the list because it's kind of my expectation that the only fighting game I've ever really cared about was Soul Calibur. And I loved watching Marvel versus Capcom as like tournaments. Never played it, like literally never played it, and loved watching tournaments. But we did have some time in Guilty Gear, and I had a lot of fun with that time and the people that I played with. Also, it's a core memory. I think my chat even remembers, because every single day there was someone asking about the soundtrack in the chat. And like, dude, what do you think? What do you think of the soundtrack? How's the soundtrack? And I was like really dismissive at first. I was like, I don't know. I don't care. I fucking love the soundtrack. Some of the songs from this game are like some of my favorite songs like ever. And they took so long to grow on me. I don't think they'd be the kind of thing I'd normally listen to. But like after you do a certain X number of fights and you hear enough time, you're like, wait a second, holy shit.
Didn't even kill much time.
There's like 5 or so across some of the other games that I just absolutely love. Yeah, this game's cool. I think it just had a really fun launch of a game that I had people to play it with, and probably even the music more than the game itself is what I think of when I think of Guilty Gear. But this is only allowed to be a video game tier list of influential things, and I was not allowed music, so we'll just pretend Guilty Gear Strive is a video game only. Helldivers 2. I love it, but I also don't care. You know what I mean? I'll play it again in the future. The next time there's an update, I'll play it again. I'll enjoy it. I'll have an awesome time. We'll get 4 people together. It'll be a good time. But I also just like don't think about it. I think when it launched was like really cool that like it was so popular and everyone was playing it. Game is in my top games. I understand that too. I really get why it would be. I really think it's like a technical phenomenal achievement. I think Sony probably holds them back. We love Arrowhead, Magic on the list, but I don't know. I can never find myself playing it for like a super extended period of time. I think it's just like really fun every once in a while, and it's more fun than influential. Mass Effect 2. Here's, you know what? It just kind of clicked doing the other ones. Mass Effect 2 for me. Take all of the other CRPGs on this list that I loved, and then make them not a CRPG, and you get Mass Effect 2 being one of the best games ever. The combat in this game is like really fun, and the story playing through just felt really special. I remember like really savoring the whole playthrough of the first time going through this game. This clip makes it look so clumsy. A lot of these videos do make it feel. You get some of the weirder gameplays of like. We get a lot of journalist gameplay in the background here. It's hard to even put, like, if I were to explain why Mass Effect 2, of all the other Mass Effects, I don't care, but why Mass Effect 2 was so good, it's hard to even, I don't know what else to say. Felt fresh, and the story was cool, and the characters and the voice acting and everything just felt right in a way that is, I don't know, hard for me to point out anything in particular. We don't talk about Andromeda. I actually really liked Andromeda. Fun facts. Friday from me. But it was only the combat. Only the combat. I like Andromeda combat. Everything else I did not care about at all. Andromeda is what made me quite optimistic initially about Anthem. Because Anthem kind of just was Andromeda combat with like RPG elements. Also, is Anthem not on this list? Anthem should fucking be on this list. I may have forgotten. But how could I forget? I am the sole survivor of enjoying Anthem. I think it was a good game. And I would fight you. In person, in public. NFL Blitz! Also, I talked about earlier, we got a Nintendo 64 in the household because we earned enough tickets in arcades to be able to get one, which is an impossible achievement, as we all know. I think a lot of those tickets were playing... Okay, I mean, NFL Blitz doesn't generate tickets. Maybe they had some weird setup in that one. I feel like most of the playtime was NFL Blitz. Or maybe I was playing NFL Blitz and then other people were doing things that generated tickets. That seems more likely. Because I remember around that time, basically all I did in the arcade was play this game. And then got the game at home on the N64 and continued to play this game. Which is weird because like I don't care about football in any other capacity other than singularly this one game. It transcends sports ball. And it was just a fun, goofy game to hit people. Especially with like all the weird power-ups that it had. Wait, what? Wait, what is that noise? What the fuck exactly? I didn't have my headset on. This is some guy like freaking out over his NFL Blitz gameplay. Hot mic, is this like a remaster or something? Because it doesn't look quite right. I was gonna say. NFL Blitz 2012. Yeah, did they do like a weird remaster? I'm talking OG original N64. Yeah, I feel like this is on wherever this was entered was on like a modern console. Like, no, N64. Neo 2. I think Dark Souls games go like Bloodborne, Elden Ring, Dark Souls 2, Neo 2. If we're talking from soft games. It's just somehow we sneak Neo 2 in there. Hates Dark Souls 1. I never really played Dark Souls 1 when it was new. I did not get into it until Dark Souls 2. And it's all right. A certified Neo hater? I also was a certified Neo hater. It took me a good, like... I very easily could have bounced off this game and absolutely hated it. I think that I streamed me learning it, and I definitely think I gave the vibes that I was hating it. And my chat was really helping to make me hate it as much as they possibly could with how insufferable they were being. To this day, that people still tell me to use key pulse. And yet somehow I pushed through and did not beat all of it. The DLC gets insanely exhausting. There is so much game to this game, but I think all the fighting mechanics are very fond to me in terms of Souls-likes. Of all the random Souls-likes that have been made, Neo 2 is like the best not from software one. I will 1-star you. Soul Calibur. I was gonna say earlier, I wasn't sure when I saw Strive. I was like, oh, we went up to like modern consoles. These are all gonna be fighting games. Consoles are fighting game devices. Soul Calibur, I mean, I don't know how to rank them individually. We actually went back and played this very briefly a bit ago. It's crazy to me that I remember how to do Viola's combos after I don't know how many years. I briefly played these Soul Calibur 5 in tournaments for about 1 month before everyone else moved on and didn't want to do it anymore because they were playing Street Fighter vs. Tekken, which also, I don't know how that was more popular than Soul Calibur, unfortunately. Love this game. One of the GOATs. And I'm even going to give Soul Calibur 6 the same rating, 2-star. Fantastic game. It's like this very narrowly like the best in the series. Soul Calibur 2 wins. I just love this series in general. I have probably already said enough about Soul Calibur in the Soul Calibur 2 part, but would love a Soul Calibur 7. Don't expect it to ever happen. I think we're gonna get like Tekken 24 before they're like, wait, Soul Calibur? And even if we do, people play it for like a week, which is sad because I feel like Soul Calibur to me is like so significantly better than Tekken, and I'm a Soul Calibur fanboy. Best you're getting is Virtua Fighter 6. No. Street Fighter 4. I think we did a little bit of This sort of like holds a spot on this list, I guess, for how much fighting game tournaments I watched and how the Evo era of Street Fighter 4 was absolute peak. When we had Marvel vs. Capcom and Street Fighter 4 going on at the same time, was like, we can't get that back. That's lost to history. The game itself, I didn't play it very much myself. I tried to get into it, and I don't know. I just never really... I think I did some YouTube videos on Ster 2 playing it, and I really don't feel like either of the Street Fighters since then have improved on this at all. The current one's okay, but there's something about this one that just like feels so much better. And Marvel vs. Capcom isn't on the list. I feel like it maybe should be, which is why I say it's somewhat holding the place of both of them. And then at the very end, we're... Oh, there's a little bit more. Yeah, official honorable mention to Anthem is all I was gonna say. Anthem 2-star. 4-star incoming, like you already know it. One of the best games ever. The only game good enough to make even... watching this gameplay is making me want to throw up. The only game to make it worth all of the technology that went into developing VR. VR was made for this game. The end. Maybe one day I'll play Half-Life Alyx. Probably not at this point. But I dumped tons and tons and tons and tons of hour into this, and I occasionally still think like, man, I really should get back into it. Just for like the getting up and moving around. I'm ducking these. Did you? I'm fucking ducking these. It's already getting me. You have to duck those. What am I gonna do? Not duck those? You kidding me? You lose score. We streamed this a few times. I got quite, I'll say quite decent at the game compared to the fucking superhumans that play this. But absolutely loved every moment of it. I think the first time I installed it, I played it for 8 hours straight. And then for like that week, it was like I'm putting in like 6 8-hour like segments of Beat Saber. Just was super, super addicted. And I wish that were me now. But VR sucks. VR sucks bad. Darkest Dungeon be an honorable mention at all? No, I could never get into it. I've tried multiple times. I don't know why. I just like, I think partly what I was saying earlier about party management, the more characters they add to a degree is like, I mean, that's one part. The other parts, I don't know. Card Crawl. Yo, Card Crawl. I remember why I put this on my list. I put this on here specifically to call out and say that nothing about this was fun to me or good, and it doesn't deserve to be on anyone's top anything list. Crazy story, Ster from Germa. Card Crawl 2 is out. It's awesome. Legit came out 2 months ago. Oh, I actually like don't care at all, unfortunately. It seems like you started typing that in excitement, but I have no interest in the game, and you showed me it and you really tried to get me into it, and I have to say, no. Oh my god, he lasered me. 11 table tennis for VR. This mildly validated owning VR beyond Beat Saber. Can you put your entire ping pong arc into the rating for this game? That's the kind of interesting part. Again, if you don't know, Ster lore, I played competitive table tennis for a long time. I got coached by some like really top players when I was like around like 16 years old. Yeah. I didn't play like crazy high level, but I'm pretty dang good. So it's like weird, like if you were to say influential, it's like I was already ping ponger before playing this game. And this game has like decent physics. So it's not like this influenced me to Pong. It's just that I already enjoyed this game, and being able to play from home was cool. Because it has decent enough physics that it all works. And I don't know. I ordered a 3D printed paddle that can hold the VR controllers inside of it, so it would like feel better to play with. It would feel like more like a paddle, and it basically just like, I feel like it was made for the wrong controller and it didn't work, and I kind of gave up. And then also VR. I just like, I I do not want to engage with a VR headset anymore. The Ster grip type, I played Penhold. I still have a bunch of paddles. There's a really good club in Austin. I kind of just got over playing and I guess moved on. Yes, I was Penhold despite everybody in the whole world trying to convince me my whole life not to be. But I just like enjoyed it and I didn't want to learn different. And I'm pretty good at reverse Penhold backhands anyway, so they're like really fun to do. So I'd be doing that. Lately, I mean, pretty much my whole life I think about going back and playing just like casually in the club that's here or somewhere, but then I ride my motorcycle nowadays and don't do that. But I could ride it there, but then I'm not riding it anymore, so I don't know. You ever seen the ping pong anime? That is a 1-to-1. Every single time I've talked about ping pong on stream, a question someone has asked. Unfortunately, the answer is no, I have never seen it. And it's funny to me because it's like, I don't know how to put it. It kind of reminds me of when you're an artist and all anyone knows how to do is like buy you pencils for your birthday that you're never going to use because that's not the kind of art you even do. It's just like, oh, honey, did you see the anime? I know this is the only thing I have to relate to this conversation. I saw the ping pong anime. Okay, I don't know anything about this. Ping pong while riding motorcycles. Absolutely. How influential was this game to me? I mean, like if it's definitely what you said, not fair to include my prior life and inject it into the video game. It's like it'll go in the 1 territory. Ooh, we kept a banger for last. Oh, I fucking love this game. I still do the you did it all the time on stream, which is what happens when you win a round in this game. I don't know what it is about this game, but I absolutely adore it. In terms of influential, actually this might go on the similar list of saying like, oh, like White Knuckle taught me to panic less and Satisfactory is like a different way of thinking, and Q Remastered like grinds video game physics into your brain and feels like it has had an actual lasting effect. This guy is not doing it. Guy, I need to see you do one so it says like you did it. Can I get a singular you did it? That was a weird color one. I don't know why that was like different than 3-star game. Love this game. It's also I wish the early stages that are kind of simpler are the most fun. But like once you know how to do them, you just do them. There's another like I wish I could do this and not know what I'm doing again and experience it again. Fantastic game, would recommend. And for the final one, talked about this on stream recently. I had a real epiphany with this game. So for many years I could not remember what the name of this game was or what it was. I just remembered that you kind of aim at the screen and you shoot targets, which there are segments like this here where you just aim at the screen and you shoot targets. And we were talking about old school games and we did the math of when this game came out. Because this is like one of my first memories of like the game that I played the most on the Sega Genesis at home. But that doesn't make any sense for how old I was when this came out. And we ultimately came to the conclusion that I have never played this game. That 100%, there is no way I played this, and it was definitely my brother holding the controller telling me that I was playing. And that is why I don't remember any of these segments where the character walks around. I've never seen that before. And I think it's because I would only point at the screen and hold the controller when we aimed at stuff. That's the best that I can come up with. I'm pretty sure this is true. But for like the entirety of my life, I have thought that I played this game. And for that reason, it's very influential. It is at least a 2-star. Those little flesh things coming at them, I've remembered like vaguely what these look like my whole life and talked about this memory that I have of like playing this game. There's no way that I did. There is no possible way I played this. And that's the final game. That's the top 144 for me. So here's the next stage. All the 1-stars go versus the 1-stars. Clap. Oh, we're okay. I didn't know there was an audience. I don't have an audience feedback. I'll tell this now while we're here. I have this book, and I was watching Jerma do the tier list for this game, where you get together all of the games from like your whole list. Oh, why is this like stuck on the... Oh, okay. You get together all the games from your whole list and you like sort them into a tier list, and you're like, they're visually all on screen. You're like moving this one up. Should this one be an S? Should this one be here? You know, he was saying the other day, went like completely non-verbal and just like had to figure it out. And I kind of, there's this funny, it's funny to me. I have this book. It's a goofy book. Tarot and Psychology. If you don't know, I'm an Etsy witch. My favorite part of that book is a book written by a psychologist. And he talks about the few times he's had clinical usage for tarot cards with patients. And this is really the thing that stuck with me the most from the book. There is a story he tells of someone on their deathbed trying to like make sense of like their morality in their life. So he gives him a full stack of tarot cards, and he just says, don't just choose the ones that visually like you feel something for, and like take them all out. And then it was like, okay, now that you have these, not like the meaning, not like going like deep into like weird like, dude, here's your future or whatever you would think of tarot. It was just based on the imagery and what it makes you feel. I'm going to do 3 categories. The top is your early life, middle life, late life. So he spends a ton of time, hours, like organizing these things, the person dying, and like feels a resolution from seeing everything make sense. And that's all that I could fucking think of when Jerma did his tier list and was organizing fucking like, what's it S, what's it B? I'm like, dude, Jerma, if you're dying, tell us, man. If something's wrong, dude, I hope you can make sense of all this and like feel like secure and how your life is panned out. But dude, you got more time, right? Come on, man. Okay, so the 1-stars, you have to, they do a 3v. There's 3. So do I click on the one that I want to win? Pick one to survive. I think for this has to be Rogue Legacy. NFL Blitz, fond memory. I like table tennis, but Rogue Legacy is the game for sure that sticks with me the most. Titanfall 2, Battlefield, or Crown Trick. To recap, I have never played Battlefield 1942. I have never played it. I want it to win this. It is such a fucking like mental lock back to the moment that I could not play this. It's like it gets Medal of Honor. Allied Assault is one of the best, and it gets like a percentage of that because I associate like the two together nearly. Titanfall 2, fun. Crown Trick is fun. I didn't play a ton of Titanfall, but I've thought about how I did not play Battlefield more often than both of them. That's a winner. Yep. It was one, dude, genuinely more influential that I did not get to play this than both of those games. Momentum Missile Mayhem 2, Wizard of Legend, or Dishonored. Trying to think of moments in my life where I've like mentally thought of and applied anything related to Dishonored. When I think about it, I think like the Whaler is cool and the lore and everything is awesome about Dishonored, but I don't think I ever like, I don't feel crazy strong about it. I have to pick Dishonored. And Dishonored's kind of carrying Dishonored 1 and 2 for me. The Grid, Metroid, or Paladins? That is a easy Metroid for me. Metroid, we talked about 6.5 hours ago almost of I think is more like a connection to early gaming. Neo 2, Echo the Dawn. Echo. Easy choice. Damn, he's just fucking killing games. Tribes Ascend, also easily the most standout game here. Zombies Ate My Neighbors, Dragon Age, or Street Fighter. I think it is Street Fighter, to be honest. Much as I know that I loved Origins, I forget a lot of it and don't. Has kind of been replaced by newer CRPGs mentally. As we recently learned, Zombie Ate My Neighbors fucking sucks. And I hate it, and I hate everyone who was involved in making it. Street Fighter has a lot of memories. Street Fighter has a lot more memories than either of those games. There's so much more that I associate with Street Fighter 4 era of my life. Throughout all the Evos and like YouTube content and Pokemon, Jackie Chan, The Sims. Easy 8 out of 10. I think it's an easy, I think it's Pokemon. Jackie, what am I talking about? Jackie Chan. The guy's a fucking legend. 8 out of 10. What is this cursed lineup? Dragon's Dogma, Rush 2, Rats Instagib. The fuck games were on your list, bro? The answer is Rats Instagib. Isn't it? That can't be right. Why did I spend 2 months playing Rats Instagib? I'm one of like 100 people that played this game. The real answer, Rush 2. Dude, these are just fucking like is this a meme tier list? Were these things really my list? I guess the 1 stars were all the ones that I was like, eh. Go-Go Nippon, Styx, or Day of Defeat? Go-Go Nippon. My first trip to Japan. Locks it in. No questions asked. Wait, did I fucking 1-star Guilty Gear? After looking at all these other 1 stars, that feels very inappropriate. Guilty Gear is like the least meme thing here. Magica, Quake 4, Forza. I think Quake 4. Forza is still pretty new. It's on here for good reasons. Quake 4, like I said, was possibly the first game I ever streamed. And just feels like more significant than the others. Deadlock, Tony Hawk, or Sim City. Bro, it's Tony Hawk. Ready for round 3? I suspected these 1v1s I can trust the gut on these. Got like do I even need to explain myself? It's K-pop Demon Hunters. Oh shit, Divinity Original Sin for sure. I ranted. Dude, when this game came up on the list before, we ranted for like 10 minutes about it. Ooh, Final Fantasy 9. Boom. Go-Go Nippon's about to take another. I'm sorry. Without question on this one, I can tell you it was more influential on my life than both Dishonored's. My awakening.
Game for good. Wow. It's time.
Bad influence? Chat, I've never fucking played this game. You don't understand. You'd have to live my life to understand. You'd have to live my life to get it. I'm not LARPing. I know. Deep down inside, I know that it's fucked up that I never got to play that game. Okay? One of these days I should stream it. I will fucking hate it and close it in 20 minutes. But man, would I have closure. This one's quite sad, but I think it's Echo. I literally discussed how this game is like was early life trauma. I feel like Echo deserves it, but man, GoldenEye is like I've spent so much time in GoldenEye, but like the core memory of Echo traumatizing me as a child, my mom trying to beat the game, my brother trying to beat the game. This was like a family endeavor to try and comprehend Echo, and still when Echo comes up, I feel the need to explain to people about how it's a time-traveling dolphin that fucking fights aliens. And then the question, I guess, is, was GoldenEye influential to get me into all the FPS slop that is on the rest of this list? I don't think so. I don't actually think so. Echo the Dolphin. Trauma wins. Trauma is influence. So that's interesting. A game that I never played, as we just established, versus a game I should have never played. Here's the thing. I think in hindsight, no matter what, I want Alien Storm on my final list. It has genuinely been a core memory I've had my whole life that was wrong. That's powerful narrative. 0 hours versus 1,000. Almost 2,000. This is the hardest choice so far by a lot. Man. I think the core of everything that Tree of Savior represents to me is also tied up in Ragnarok Online. It's Alien Storm. Like I just said. It's the game I never played that just keeps on giving. And Tree of Savior, all of that Tree of Savior memory is tied up in Ragnarok Online. That's gonna make it to the top. And no matter what, I want this game on my tier list. It continues to influence me to this day by choosing it. Soldier of Fortune, easy. So guy in armor versus guy in armor but can fly is an Did I really just give Tribes 1 star? I still talk about Tribes Ascend all the time. Ooh. Bum 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 bum. It's Metroid. Torchlight Infinite versus Evo Search for Eden. See, because of Evo, I grew up believing in evolution. If not for this game, I'd have thought Earth's flat. This fucking shit changed me. Look, monkey, 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 go, man. Look at that. It's right there, spelled out for you. Yep. Oh, shite. Street Fighter 4 all day, man. Like I said, you can't get the era back of Street Fighter, Evo, and all that timeline. You can't get that back. I would not play Guilty Gear if I didn't get obsessed in fighting games, you know, earlier. Which, I mean, is mostly Soul Calibur, but a big part Street Fighter 4. And all the other mentally associated things. Emperor, Battle for Dune, or Mugenics? That's a Battle for Dune for me, champ, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Again, Emperor Battle for Dune got me to read the Dune books, and Mugenics is still quite new to have like layers of influence. Life is Strange or Doom? This is like Animal Crossing versus Doom. There is an argument to be had about Doom indoctrinating me as a young gamer, but I'm not sure if that's even true. The gamer agenda. It's possible. I have to pick Doom. That's like an instant smite. Soul Calibur 5 or Tony Hawk. Dude, he did the 900. He landed the 900. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Oh shit, and I have to really consider this is a tough one. Duck Hunt is like core childhood memories. Vice City is some fun game I played. I gotta pick Duck Hunt. I gotta pick the Duck Hunt. Bad Company or Bad Game? Giving Diablo 4, we went over it. You gotta go back and check the logs. I want them both to exist and survive. I mean, I think Diablo 4 is probably more influential to me when we consider how many shooters are on this fucking list. At that point, things like Bad Company do just turn into like, it was one of the better ones, but did it impact me like Diablo 4? I don't believe so. Fallout 4, a Soul Calibur 6. Fallout 4. Fallout 4 for sure. Titan Quest or Inside? That's a hot Titan Quest for me. I think there's a degree of both of these not having like a crazy amount of influence, honestly. But if it had to be one, it would be Mass Effect. Ready for round 4? I think, I wasn't sure. I think we could finish this today. I think what's going to be hard is like the top 10, but sorting these out, I think I have the energy for. Can I rename the S plus as, oh, I guess that's like the Michelin star. There's no fucking F tier. Holly made a playlist. This is awesome. Thank you. It's a bunch of songs from games that I put on my list. Music buffs. Oh, dude, this game, Divinity 2 is so fucking good. When it at first I was like, I don't really remember this. No, when it hits this game. Godlike. Battlefield 1942. Let's just like put that at the top for now and reconsider that like our whole life later. Dude, I'm just banging them. I'm just immediately doing what feels right, and then we'll sort the aftermath. Let's try and figure out this top 10. So, again, for most influential, I think these three are the hardest for me to like say which is which. Path of Exile for me has informed like so much other stuff that I've done, has been such a big part of my life, more than Diablo, so I know that it can be ahead of Diablo. Medal of Honor is like my entire foundation in like the types of games that I play, and probably would be dog doo-doo if I didn't become obsessed with that game and play so much of it. Like I was saying, that's pretty much my TF2 before TF2. And if there was YouTube at the time that Medal of Honor existed, I would have done the exact same thing with Medal of Honor. So like Medal of Honor informed TF2 100%. And I spent probably an equal amount of time playing both of them. So what came first, the chicken or the egg? I think Ragnarok also, like this top 4 for sure. But it's like pick the favorite child. I feel like they're all equal in completely different ways. You know, like Ragnarok influenced things that TF2 completely didn't, like, had nothing to do with it. How many total hours on that top 4? I think each of them, it would be fair to say the top 3 would be like 10,000 each. I have any idea. Actually, my TF2 playtime is not that high on Steam, but I think I had other accounts. But then maybe if you also want to consider like time editing videos, if you want to consider that playtime, my TF2 playtime is 4,000 on my Steam. Dang, I have more. A lot of people have a lot more than I do, for sure. I feel like if it's which games, I just like we're not gonna say like influential, just which order feels right. I feel like that actually feels right. But also it looks wrong. It looks fucked up that Ragnarok would be number 2. Medal of Honor is the definitive Ster game. I mean, it really kind of is. I probably do have more hours in Medal of Honor than I had in TF2. And again, like I said, I just like picked up into the exact same shit across both games. But then also like Medal of Honor is earlier in the timeline, so the earlier it is, the more influential it could be. Like I think it has to be higher, because I could not have done anything I did with TF2 if I didn't play Medal of Honor. And Medal of Honor is my, like, to phrase it, the definitive Ster game feels appropriate. Well, let's move up. Where's Battlefield 1942 in all this? I have to consult the Ancient. Wait, I put it at the top 10? Why did I do that? You know, Medal of Honor made me want to play Battlefield, and I couldn't play Battlefield, so I played TF2. It's just so obvious. Bro, I need help.
What's going on? Let me know.
I just, you know, some of them are just stopped being influences and they're starting to be just great games.
Well, here's the thing. Influence and impact. It doesn't have to just influence your life. Impact could be a really good memory. Like you've got these great memories. That is a factor as well.
So you're saying is
radio host? I can read your chat, by the way. They're making fun of me already.
Yeah, they don't like you.
It's okay. I like them, which is like, that's unfortunate.
You're telling me Echo the Dolphin both
Right.
traumatized me and is good memories.
Okay, but that, so where is it right now? Is it in your grade? I did 25 on GOAT. So if that, remember, everything that you're putting up here, you've already decided is, they're all Michelin starred, right? So it just, all you have to do at this point is get that top 20, or I did top 25. Do top
Stop
25.
bragging. You had more games.
Yeah, but dude, that made it harder. My game was harder than yours, by the way. I was on very hard. You're on hard.
True, but I have the attack speed turned up.
You do. First of all, anything that you put underneath GOAT, don't look at it as it's. You're gonna have a lot of shit in S+. Dude, half my entire list was S+. It was kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I just want to lock down the 20, but it feels like I don't know what else. Everything is feeling kind of like a similar. You know what I mean? Like any of these could be there.
Fallout 2 up there.
Same?
That's a crazy cool pick.
Yeah,
What's,
all of my other ones unfortunately are not old games.
All right, what's the deal with Skyrim? Do you really feel that strongly about Skyrim being like one of the greatest things that's ever happened to you?
That's a good question. I feel like you already made the argument.
I mean, it's a great game. But,
I've done a lot of
impact,
streams on
influence.
it, and
Yeah.
but like probably not. I think it is Minecrafting me a little bit here.
Yeah, okay, imagine, think about how you feel about Skyrim, and then think about how you feel about Omega Strikers,
That's true.
right? Skyrim might be a great game, but
I mean,
but
like,
holy shit,
or like
Omega
a
Strikers.
fantasy game. If Dark Messiah took the Skyrim spot, like who's complaining?
I would not be one of those complainers. I think where you want Skyrim to be is where your brain really wants Dark Messiah to be. But you're letting the kind of, don't let the world influence you, right? Skyrim, it's been released 10 different times over like 12 different consoles. Great, oh my god, it's so incredible. Dark Messiah of Might and Magic essentially is where you want to put Skyrim.
I'm feeling that way a little bit, that the world, which is I'm part of the world, wants Divinity Original Sin on here.
Okay. And I have a thing you could do, because this is what I did. I got people saying, hey, dude, you have way too many fucking World of Warcrafts. You could just put Diablo 2 as one thing and put it in that spot where Median XL is. And then Diablo 2, you just literally just like delete it from your brain. Put it, get free up a spot.
Everybody's been thinking that. I've been thinking
Because
that.
I had World of Warcraft, Burning Crusade, Legion, Wrath of the Lich King. I had like 4 different
You did
World
that?
of
You
Warcraft.
separated them?
Yeah, I did. And I was like, wait, no, that's kind of dumb. I should do it as one thing.
How did you get rid of them?
I just
Dragged them to the
did it in
bottom?
elimination. I did it in the elimination round, unfortunately.
So I basically already failed.
Well, you would have to just drag Median XL down and just have people,
But
just
like
say, hey,
Median XL's better. But like Diablo 2 is everything.
right, but what I'm saying is you're combining Median XL, it's Diablo 2 as a whole.
Yeah.
You don't need to separate out the two distinct mods. Like that's Diablo 2. That spot is D2 and Median XL.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, because now you got a spot freed up for. I mean, we're talking about a Q remastered situation.
Like you're trying to sell it to me? Like you are QVC?
By the way, I fucking hate that game. So yeah, I don't need to sell anybody on it. I remember when that game came out, we had a back and forth about. I was like, man, I fucking hate that game. That game sucks. And you were like, that's one of my favorite games ever made. I was like, oh shit, really?
Yeah, no, I love Q.
Hey, Jimmer, you sound old.
I love
Can you
Q a
fucking
lot more than a lot of these.
time that person out for an hour, please?
I did. He's gone.
Good.
He's no longer a part of the community.
All right, what else you got? GTA 4 it seems, just outside perspective looking into you, GTA 4 seems kind of low. Judging by
Don't let the world influence you.
Don't let the world influence you.
You are
I'm just saying,
right. You are right
But
on
GTA
that.
4,
I'm
not
mostly
just how good of a game
concerned
it is.
about the 20 before I'm coming down. Like this
Okay,
Elden Ring is I don't think they're up there either.
how do you feel about Enshrouded being snubbed at the Ster Oscars here?
You know, if the skill tree were a little bit better, we'll see at 1.0.
Yeah, that's true. True. But my point about GTA 4 is not just a great game, right? Not just how you felt about the excitement around a new Grand Theft Auto. One of the first Grand Theft Autos to come out in the new 3D era. You were the GTA 4 funny video guy.
Briefly, I think that I completely missed the launch of GTA 4 and didn't play it till like years later. And it was really only the multiplayer that stood out. There's like a narrower slice of GTA for me, I feel. It's kind of
GTA 5.
I didn't like it. I'm gonna be honest.
You didn't like GTA 5?
I did not. No.
Okay. Well, I mean, GTA 4. I just burped like kind of loud, and I was talking at the same time, so I think I masked that it came out.
Okay.
But GTA 4 and GTA 5, I had a problem with this too, where it was, is it kind of like the same place in my brain? Like, does GTA 4 and 5 exist in the same spot? And I think they do, in a way.
Yeah.
Somebody said, GTA 4, you had a goodbye video for. You never did that ever again. Dude, you had a farewell goodbye to GTA 4. Yeah.
Did I? What video?
Chatter, what are you talking about? I just read that in chat and I was acting like I knew it. I thought you...
Rip Jeets 4. What is that video about? I remember that.
You made it though.
Did someone just link me my own fucking video?
Yeah, pull up Rip GTA 4. That's the one, right? You had a going away video, like you were sending GTA 4 to college.
We're starting with this already.
This has timestamps? I didn't make these.
When you have nothing left to do. Put your foot forward. No, the truck punchline.
How does this end?
All right, dude. Dude, this 1.1 million. Look at those numbers.
He just keeps going too.
That's 1.1 million right there.
12 years ago.
I don't want to. Do you remember remember the giraffes? Do you remember Ride the Motorcycle as the giraffe? That had like 3 million views.
I actually did not remember that.
You're gonna have a lot more questions.
That was a 2 or 3 million view video with the giraffes and shit. I remember.
But if I don't remember it, is it not influencing?
No, I know. I'm just fucking around.
Yeah,
But okay. Yeah, I think you're getting stuck on influential. Influential and impact can be two different things, right? Like, did this influence your life, or did it have such an impact on you that you remembered it and you kept it in your memory bank? Like you had tactical intervention on here. That didn't influence you. It just had such an impact on you that you remembered it, and you continue to remember it. It doesn't have to influence your daily life or your future or your past. It just did it have some kind of an impact. Let me see what you got here.
I'm working on it.
Monster Rancher 2, dude, Into the Breach, it's interesting. Some of these I'd never even heard of.
Like which ones?
Like, I've never even heard of Into the Breach.
What, really?
No.
I feel like I talked to you about it.
Maybe like...
Yeah, it's the FTL devs.
Maybe. Dude, I do agree with what you said about Elden Ring, though. I didn't communicate this, I don't think, when I put it there, but I put it in my top 10. But yeah, Elden Ring is one of those games where you really can only play it one time, and it's one of the greatest things that's ever happened to you. But after you do it one or two, it's just like I did it. I literally did the thing.
Yeah, I'm just so burned out. I think I experienced, I was saying, the fatigue before of just Souls-like. And there's so many of them that keep being made that even when it's like a great one, it's easy to be like, I just can't do it. I just can't do another.
Dude, put Red Faction. Come on, you have Red Faction under Q remastered. You've talked about Red Faction to me on probably a dozen separate
I've
occasions.
also talked to you about Jade Cocoon, and you won't play it.
Yeah, but dude, you never talked to me about Q remastered. You talked about Q remastered maybe one afternoon the day it came out.
Fine. You just don't like Q, and you don't want it to see it up there.
I just, you're giving a higher a Q remastered over Red Faction and Binding of Isaac.
Listen,
All right,
I'm
everyone's
focused
getting
on
mad
the
at me.
top
All right,
20.
I gotta go. I'm influencing you too much.
No, I like you stirring shit. It's helping. You're bringing up some valid points.
People said that. Oh, he's making it his list now. All right, do you want me to go?
No. Hold
Okay.
me.
What else do you need help with?
I don't know. You're just occasionally you're bringing up valid points.
Okay, here's another point I'll bring up. Overwatch 2, I feel like can just be morphed in and absorbed into the Overwatch at the top.
That's fair.
I know that the same thing with about like the World of Warcraft expansions. Overwatch 2 is a World of Warcraft expansion that it's just they turned it into the same game anyways.
Different baggage.
Different era in WoW Overwatch,
Yeah.
different from Overwatch. I'm not gonna say anything else. I'm just saying if you're having trouble with placement, having the same game up there twice,
It's
high
really
up on the list.
like I'd say these last like 3-ish on the top 20 are like,
Yeah.
That's rough.
I'm all right. I'm okay.
Well, I think it's also it's rough when you feel like you're sitting here doing nothing on
I
stream.
tripped over a fucking stool. I'm all right. Did you hear any of that? I like
No.
fell down for a second.
No.
All right. My noise gate on my Discord call cut it off. This looks good to me. I mean, this looks like the Ster list. I would say Echo the Dolphin. If dude, nostalgia is powerful. It's incredibly powerful. Like, oh, should Echo the Dolphin be that high? I mean, yeah, dude, you talked about like your whole family. It's like, dude, like you like see and hear your entire family talking to you. Everybody's having fun. Everybody's like talking, yelling at the screen.
My mom still brings up Echo the Dolphin.
Yeah.
It was a full shared trauma.
Dude, okay, I gotta say again, like I know I'm not throwing shade on Q remastered, but you did have it higher than Elden Ring.
Yeah, no, this S Plus has not really been thought out very much.
Okay, all right, okay.
I'm just trying to get S Plus to like have some considerations to move up to the top 20. Like what from S Plus is moving up is the question.
Okay. I mean, I don't know.
Like I partly
my
do
list.
feel like Echo makes a little bit of sense.
You know what? You could throw an Echo the Dolphin up and complete the top 20 and that could be, dude, that's it. And there's your top 20.
But what if it was Battlefield 1942?
I think that's okay. Here's why I think that is actually funny, is because that would be you have Medal of Honor Allied Assault at 1, and then that would kind of close up. It's like brackets for your top most important, impactful, influential games.
It represents all the games I couldn't play. There's a lot more than just that game.
It's like Medal of Honor is the left bracket, and then
I see what you're saying.
1942 was the right bracket. But I don't know. The reason why this is so much fun to do and why it's hard is because you do have to consider, is Q remastered of all things?
You are really you really do not like Q.
I'm just fucking with you. No, don't put it down. Don't put it lower. I'm just fucking around. What do you got? Go, scroll down. Okay, I liked your reasoning for putting Diablo 4 on, because it is the you've spent probably so much time talking about how much you dislike it that it actually has had a huge impact on you.
Very,
That's a
very.
great reasoning for it.
And I will keep playing. I will keep checking in.
It's funny. I think I only had like 2 or 3 of those kind of like generational hater games that I had on the list. But yeah, I mean, it had an impact. I had Diablo 3 on there for me. It was Diablo 3. Nosgoth, yeah. I mean, Minecraft is. You didn't really get really into Minecraft, though, did you?
Not a ton.
No.
Definitely, that's why Terraria is more up top. But even then, I feel like Terraria is just it's one of those that's just a great game. I feel like
if you were to
I feel like there's
show me
more
this
impact
list-
in Echo than Terraria, actually. But
Maybe.
Terraria is like, come on, it's fucking Terraria.
I feel like if you were to just stop right now on your top list, like the GOAT list, I would be like, yeah, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to everything he's ever said or ever talked about.
Except for Fallout.
No, but I mean, that's not only widely considered one of the greatest games of all time, it's considered one of the greatest.
I think Echo's gotta go.
narratives.
I think Echo was a 1-star and has to come up here.
Do it, yeah.
It made it all the way.
You could even do top 25. Top 25 makes it a lot easier.
No,
because then,
no.
Okay.
Cop out.
Okay. Are you locking that in?
No.
Okay.
Making some considerations for Jade Cocoon.
Looking forward to playing that.
Yeah, I doubt it. It's been fucking like a year or 2 since I mentioned it. You gonna play Rocket Knight?
Yeah, that actually looks great. That looks.
I think you'll love it.
I sound like I'm stumbling over my words, but yes, I do. I will.
Oh
It looks good.
yeah. You okay? All right.
Dark Souls 2 over Elden Ring. That makes sense. You were always a Dark Souls 2 believer, even back when everybody was a Dark Souls 2 hater.
It's just got such like a special spot.
Yeah.
I really have been for years been the Dark Souls 2 advocate.
Yeah, Omega Strikers is way higher than I thought it was going to be when you first talked about it. That's beating a lot of things that I never considered it was going to be.
You're not listening.
What?
This S plus is not. I've not figured it out. It's just like the top row, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm
just inceptioning you. I'm
Okay.
just like
All right. Yeah,
feeding
okay.
you. I'm feeding
Okay.
your future dream brain.
Future dream brain.
Because then you're gonna go here in like 20 minutes and you're gonna be like, wait a minute, Omega Strikers. Is this like better than Q remastered, or is that like PoE 2 is interesting. Okay. Dude, I feel like you want Red Faction up there, but you just can't do it.
I don't think that it's like the hugest impact. I think
Okay.
there's a lot of things here. Like if White Knuckle is there, White Knuckle is definitely ahead of like Red Faction. I think a lot of these.
Okay. Well, I look forward to how
I've been
that
saying, you can
goes
only
through.
have so much first-person shooter slop. Like one of them has to take like mental precedent.
Okay, I do have one question though. K-pop Demon Hunters.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's like a thing that you put on the list, but what we're doing is that's kind of grayed out wherever it goes, right?
No, I want to see
So
what
it's
it'll
like,
be.
oh, it's gonna be it's in S plus, or it's in. That's so funny, but it's gonna be grayed out, and like whatever is next to it is actually what's supposed to be there, right?
No, I think it's an important indicator on the list
Okay.
of where the greatest games of all time stack up to the greatest movie ever made.
Okay, so this is a different. This is a different tier list. This is a different whole conversation, a whole different game to play. But that is a wild statement that K-pop Demon Hunters is the greatest movie ever made.
One oddball in here. I need it.
Okay.
Because it's like, if you're really like making this list, I think it actually begs the question. I've got Company of Heroes on here, and I've got Company of Heroes next to K-pop Demon Hunters. It's like, which one feels like K-pop Demon Hunters should beat Company of Heroes? Like how valid is it Company of Heroes this year if I'm willing to say, you know what, K-pop Demon Hunters should probably be above that.
Okay, I get so, but
Like
you're
Armored
using
Core?
K-pop. So you're using that as the wall. That's like the DPS check to get over.
I guess,
Is
yeah.
it actually like? Should it actually be here?
I suppose, yeah.
Because
It should
it's not better than
gatekeep
a
the
movie, which is
category.
a completely different thing. Then it should. What should it be not here?
The category of did it actually beat K-pop Demon Hunters?
Okay. So I think that's a fair thing to do. I think having K-pop Demon Hunters at that spot, and it needs to be the wall to climb over. Like if you can't beat a movie which is a different medium, then you need to be below this list.
Yeah, I'm
at least behind it.
already making moves. Like K-pop
Jeremy, your
Demon
mic
Hunters.
sucks. I'm talking on I'm on a telephone right now. Sorry, I'm not at not sitting in front of a microphone. This mic, I'm remote.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
This is very important. Are you gonna clone me?
No. You think I want two of you running around?
Yeah. You know, maybe you could think of it like this. If somebody siphoned a memory out of your head and you did not have the memories anymore, like would I be more sad to have lose a Mega Strikers or Oblivion?
Yeah. If you had Eternal Sunshine, like the Jim Carrey movie, would you be more upset that they absorbed all of Dark Souls 2 or Oblivion?
I think that's the angle. I'm gonna move Overwatch 2 to be a separate entity.
Okay.
Man, you're like a fucking pro at this. This really is like the Germa game rating game. You have the most hours in the world in this game.
Hey, okay, to be fair though, you've been going for about 8 hours, which by the way, let me congratulate you. It's a lot to have to process. Your brain, it's a lot of brain power, and you're doing it in one go. You had what, 140? I think I had 344. So it did take me 3 streams to do this.
Yeah.
So I commend you for the dedication to do this in one day. You must be getting a little tired.
I'm close. I feel like if this, I think it's like the nervous, anxious energy of sitting here and feeling like I'm not actually doing anything while streaming and being like, is it Doom or is it Oblivion? It just feels weird to me. Otherwise, if stream was off and I just like fucking had my pants off, it'd be like, I'll figure it out.
We are happy with this is good content. There's like there was like 2,500 people here earlier.
20 million.
This is a fucking banger stream. And I'm not just saying that because it's my game. This is what a banger fucking day this was.
I know you've been looking forward to this for like a month, actually.
No, this is great.
I'm really liking the mental siphoning angle is clearing things up. Like I don't want to lose my memories of Soldat. That would be bad.
No.
To the point that like actually even already is like if I lost Satisfactory or Soldat, and the Soldat's more valuable.
I agree. Dude, see me almost putting CandyStand.com's bullpen blast up at S+. It was hard.
What the fuck is that?
Oh, make sure you click on the credits too to show like who programmed it and did like the metadata and all the gathering and stuff. There was quite a few people behind it.
Where do I click that? I'm scared to click on anything based on
I think it's the cookie. There's a cookie in the top left.
Thanks to all these people. I appreciate it. Big shout out to these playtesters. And is that a cat and a frog?
A lot of people that just all the thumbnail compiling, the YouTube timestamps and all that, programming the website. There's your group that put all of the site together. So big, huge pog in the chat, please.
Yeah, thank you. I did not know there was a secret cookie. What does this reset button do?
I would not click that.
Okay, I'm going like mentally one by one now. If you siphoned my, siphoned, like, I'm just, each one is having like a mini 1v1 of which one, if you siphon the memory, would I be like, no, don't take that. Take satisfactory.
Satan appears in front of you. Boom, big puff of smoke, red smoke, by the way, really deep red. And he is holding his finger out, big, disgusting, fucking long black fingernail. You know what I mean? Like that, like just a Satan fingernail. And from the tip of that fingernail is a dark kind of pale green light starts to come out. And he's like, oh, red faction's coming out. What do you do? Oh, by the way, versus Earth Defense Force.
Oh, shit. Earth Defense Force. I played it with my friends.
And he goes, okay, all right. And then he turns his back to you and he starts walking away. And then he whips around, puts the finger out again. That long ass fucking stinky fucking fingernail. But like it's like dirty and shit. And it's like covered in
It makes
blood.
me smell it.
It starts happening again. He does it again for the next group. Why does it stink?
Star Siege Tribes or Nuclear Throne?
He's been like scratching his ass. I don't know. This is a weird ERP session.
I'm getting into it.
All right, yeah. Do the 1v1s, and then to make it to okay. I'm going to leave you after this because I'm going to leave this up to you. This is your list.
Yeah,
that's a good idea. You got Nuclear Throne.
But this is my list.
Nuclear
for
Throne. No, this is your list for everybody. Again, thanks for doing this, by the way. I hope you had fun doing it because I really wanted to see some of the people do this.
The time kind of flew by. I didn't realize like it's 8-hour stream does not feel like it. I've been locked in.
No, it's fun. It's fun. It's cool to see. I know people in your chat have said this too, but your top 5 is cool. Your top 10 is cool, but just figuring out the recipe that is you is cool. That's why I wanted to see you do it. I want to see other people do it. That's why I did it, because it's what is the actual cauldron of your at least video game life, which I mean, like, oh, it's just video games, but they're incredibly important, right? It's a huge part of everything you've ever done in your whole life is about video games. So might as well figure out what ones impacted you the most, not just the best. He's still talking. All right, I gotta leave.
All right, bye. No, I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping in.
No, and I look forward to see what your final list is. Stop touching the list. I didn't touch anything. All I said, okay, I did influence you to put Q remastered somewhere else, but you're probably gonna go against that in a few minutes anyways.
Yeah, no, it was just to placate you because you're so violent.
All right, bye, chat. It's been fun. It's been cool to watch. I've been watching the whole thing. Me and Holly have been sitting here. We've been so giddy about all of his choices.
You're waiting for me to finish so you can play Enshroud it.
No, that's not. You take as long as you need. See you later.
Later. There was one thing that I had a huge consideration for that I did not put on the list because I thought Jerma's going to be an ornery old man about this, as he already was with K-pop Demon Hunters. If I put Dungeons and Dragons or Pathfinder tabletop on here, he would say, technically, those actually aren't video games. Those are, or something like that. I feel like that, I think between Diablo and Fallout, it'd probably go there. It is weird when you compare them all and like really try and narrow it down. That tactical intervention, if we're talking memories, I wouldn't want the devil's stinky finger to siphon out of my brain. Please don't let me forget tactical intervention. I have like 6 hours of playtime in this game total. You know, they say like, oh, you gotta humble yourself. Remember your beginnings. Remember where you came from. Where I came from was not being able to play Battlefield 1942. Fuck. Yeah, like it's just, there's gonna be 2 gatekeepers. Number 1, are you better than K-pop Demon Hunters? Number 2, does the yearning for the humbleness of the early beginnings, is that more significant than you? Can you pass the game I never played? F-Zero X for sure. I don't know that Final Fantasy could. Duck Hunt, I don't know that they could. Though I do feel like this is in reverse then. That Battlefield should maybe be the bottom tier. But that if we're going by the memory siphoning analogy, anything below Battlefield 1942, just like itself, needn't exist. So we're gonna swap them. We're gonna have all of my memories below Battlefield. Like, I can just fucking drop these and never think about them ever again. It'd be like, you know what? I had a game list, and some of the things on the list, you know, maybe I just don't think about ever again, you know? I want to think about D4. I want to think about that game that I also... Wait, but I also didn't play Alien Storm. But I didn't play Alien Storm in a funnier way. That's better than 1942. Okay, that makes sense. That's clear. I could forget Company of Heroes. Truth be told, I could forget Mass Effect, Evo, Metroid. If I have to let a percent of these go, I could let Minecraft go. I don't know that I can let Nosgoth go. I don't think I'm capable of, like, not at some point, like, at some point in time on a stream, I'm gonna say, like, guys, remember Nosgoth? Like, that's, I can't let it go. That's the distinction. I could forever on stream never mention Metroid, Evo, Mass Effect ever. I really don't talk about these games. I will talk to you about Nosgoth, and that's the line right here. And then Diablo and Overwatch, basically, like, use the white out. These don't exist. Soldier of Fortune. Yeah, I could go without ever bringing up Soldier of Fortune. That's fine. Could I go forever without bringing up K-pop Demon Hunters? No. And that's why Alien Storm and Battlefield are the bottom tier. K-pop is the next tier that you're like, okay, you're good. But, like, how good? I'm always talking about it. I don't think I've ever substantially actually said anything about it, but I have brought it up. I haven't named a character. I haven't talked about a scene. I really haven't actually said much, but it is there. Could I forget Duck Hunt? Duck Hunt's weird. Duck Hunt is like childhood memories. Half-Life, you're no red faction, but are you better than K-pop Demon Hunters? Would I rather watch a playthrough of Half-Life or watch K-pop Demon Hunters again? I would pick K-pop Demon Hunters. And that's, I've beaten Half-Life like 2 or 3 times. I've watched K-pop Demon Hunter 3 times. But gun to my head, I would watch K-pop Demon Hunters again, then play the same movie length duration time of Half-Life. That's what I'm talking about. So can Half-Life pass it? Not really. Would I play Tribes Ascend? In a also an FPS game. Would I play Tribes Ascend more than I would watch K-pop Demon Hunters? Yes. Given the opportunity, like a remaster, like any, good memories. Not bad. Not bad. I think we might be looking at a final review here. To what am I? This is the soup of me. Let's go from the top down and see if anything feels off. Medal of Honor Allied Assault, pretty clearly defined as the definitive, put so much time into this, informed all the rest of my gaming, informed making TF2. I did everything in Medal of Honor. I made school friends. I made school friends that had wall hacks. There's so many like random mental associations with this, and so many like first times of doing things. And a bajillion hours. I played the demo on one map of this game for 2 years before playing the full game for another who knows how long. I did not get bored of one map for 2 years. Is fucking crazy. That's like I'm on Team Fortress 2 on 2 Fort for like one of those people that's just like stuck in fucking Dust Bowl, and it was fine. So TF2 second. Path of Exile, GOAT. Ragnarok is a lot. I think a lot of like early childhood. I don't know, like just a very different vibe of like getting into art. Just, I don't know, just a very different vibe that I still appreciate a lot. Overwatch is, has spanned a full decade of my involvement with it. Of so many different angles, being in the World Cup, The game's launch, meeting people through it. There's still like so many people today that I met through Overwatch that I never would have talked to ever in the first place. I think it like probably like there's an argument actually where you could say if we're talking influence, Overwatch probably changed the trajectory of my life in ways more than Ragnarok or Path of Exile, but debatable. Bloodborne, greatest of all time. Diablo 2, huge. Fallout 2. How am I feeling about Fallout 2 still being up here? Let me do some mind swap. Fallout 2 is like still surprising me that it's up here. Like, would I rather forget Soul Calibur or Fallout? I don't want to forget Fallout. It's kind of tricky to put it to Disco Elysium for me. I feel like those two could almost swap and it would be like identical of a top. Yeah, no, I really like it is interesting because I never would have considered Fallout 2 to be anywhere near my top 20. And it's 8. Like, it is a great game and I loved it and I grew up, but like it really good ass game. Nuclear Throne. How we feeling on Nuclear Throne? Yeah, I could be happy with this. This feels good. I feel like White Knuckle at the end feels nice because it is still not finished and it's kind of this like I'm into the borders, you know? I'm into the next tier bracket definers. I go down to GTA 4, tons of memories, tons of videos, Terraria. I mean, if we're gonna have a survival game, we have Satisfactory. I think Binding of Isaac is a bit more than Terraria. Oh, I cannot believe I've got fucking Tactical Intervention up here as well. What a great 6 hours of my life. Just distill those moments down. StarCraft more so for the custom modes and how much stuff I made and how much time I spent into it. Dark Souls, Elden Ring, Night Rain. I think in fairness, I said Night Rain before, Elden Ring before, but I think they're the same game. They're the same game. Like, honestly, I would consider them similar to the ones at the bottom that are redundant. But then if I'd look at just Night Rain, or Elden Ring, I would forget Night Rain exists. Be like, I don't know. I'm thinking I can call it. What is the best of the below K-pop Demon Hunters? Diablo 4. I think I'm good. I think it's done. Wait, there's a K-pop Demon Hunters game? No. No, chat. My fault, just got here. Oh, no problem. People that have been here from the beginning probably also do not understand it. To be honest, there's a percentage that I don't get it either. Because actually, if you like at gunpoint asked me to explain it, you would not be satisfied with my answers. That is actually 9 hours. Is this archived? I don't know. We can get a cut up video on my YouTube channel or something. Holy dude, a fucking cut of 9 hours? What do you even do?